Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been working with Chuma Maroka on this event. He's actually the main MC. So I will hand over to him effectively so that he will take over from where I stopped. May I also recognize one of our illustrious sons in the southeast, in the person of Emeka Uguju, the chairman of NESH. You're welcome, sir.
Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. His Royal Highnesses here present. I pay my respect. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be the one here to welcome all of you to this maiden edition of Southeast Business and Investment Summit, SEBIS 2024. And we all know that the Igbo people are very enterprising, and part of our work the Igbo people of Nigeria are very enterprising. And you will know, if you've lived long enough in this climb, that at a particular time in history, the east of this country was one of the fastest growing economies before the 1967 Civil War, and then the distortions that followed afterwards. But that didn't kill the resilience, the business-mindedness of the Igbos. But I think what happened afterwards was it began to be on a microscopic level. But thank God today that distinguished men and women of the Southeast extraction have come together to rekindle, refire, and also to rebirth that entrepreneurial spirit, the Onyaga and Wanea spirit of the Igbo man, which also has become a case study in the Harvard, the apprenticeship scheme. And today we're here to light the candle yet again for that great attribute of the Igbo man to start burning. With this I say, can we put our hands together for the organizers of this summit? I want to do a few recognitions, then we get into the program proper, and then we continue with the recognition. I want to recognize the presence of Sam Maduka Onyishi, a dear brother, an Igbo man to the core. He is the founder and the chairman of Peace Mass Transit, and of course, the founder of Madoka University. Please can we put our hands together for him? If you ask me, I would say that this man needs to be studied with what he did with Peace Mass Transit with 2-3 buses, and then it became a big thing, and then he started the Madoka University. Welcome, sir. My pleasure. I also want to introduce to you Professor Ken Ife, lead consultant, ECOWAS Commission, and member, Presidential Governing Council of MOFI. Please can we put our hands together for him? Without further ado, we will go on with the opening ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, can we stand on our feet and have the national anthem wherever you are? And I'm sure the national anthem wouldn't be any problem for the people in this room, because I see the old school and then few of the new school. Please, the media, can you give us the national anthem? If they are not forthcoming, we may sing ourselves.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. You may be seated. I also want to recognize the presence of a very dear friend and brother, the Rector of Institute of Management and Technology, Enugu, Professor Gozie Obodo. Please come put our hands together for him. Without further ado, I like to call to the podium for the opening address the Executive Secretary of SEBIS and CEO SEDEN, Dr. Ifedi Okwenna, towering very high with his white agbada, looking very regal. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Ifenna.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesty, the Obi of Furniture, Abogidi, Adakwananio, the Chairman of the occasion, Your Royal Majesty, Igwe Ambassador Lawrence Agobozo, Your Excellencies, the former ministers, Your Excellency, our own dear Mazi, Your Excellencies, the big industrial giants, all other protocols simply and humbly observed. Let me start by apologizing on behalf of our people who are coming from Abuja. The runway was blocked, and most of them have been inside the aircraft for the past 2 hours, waiting to move. So, but we try to wait to see whether they can start moving before we move. But unfortunately, the situation has not abated. That's why we are taking off. An address of welcome by the Executive Secretary of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group at the opening ceremony of the 2024 Southeast Business and Investment Summit held at Amadio Event Center, Enugu. Let me, before I continue, equally recognize the president of our own dear Deda. Deda is the chief executive of Enyimba Economic City Development Limited. I think when the city takes off, the Southeast have taken off. So I welcome all of you to the maiden edition of Southeast Business and Investment Summit. I thank God for making it possible for you to have journey messages to Enugu seamless and safe. It's my pleasure to inform you that SEBIS is a private public sector structured initiative pioneered by Continental Export Development Nigeria, the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group, the Southeast Chambers of Commerce, Industries, Mines, and Agriculture, SESIMA, the Enyimba Economic City Development Company, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and a number of other organizations. The partnership-driven summit was initiated as a follow-up to the 2023 Southeast Summit on Security and Economy, organized by the Southeast Governors Forum, and is expected to bridge the gap and to create a platform for our governments to effectively partner with the private sector to unlock and catalyze the businesses and investment opportunities in the Southeast Nigeria. It is an annual reunion meeting of governments to policy leaders, investors, and businesses from diverse sectors to promote business and investment and to stimulate the economy of Southeast Nigeria. It is primed for us to leverage on an area of comparative advantage as a people, and that is business, to develop our homeland. We want to bring together businessmen and women, investors and change makers from diverse sectors from across the globe to improve investment and promote foreign direct investment, FDI inflow, and capital repatriation and remittances into the southeast of Nigeria. Our objectives, among others, is to ultimately re-establish partnership and cooperation among governments of the southeast states, the development partners, and the private sector to promote growth in trade, in commerce, investment in the southeast, and to utilize the enterprising, deeply knowledgeable, and the creative entrepreneurs of southeast extraction to evolve robust region-wide private public sector schemes to build wealth in southeast, to enhance productivity, to create jobs, alleviate poverty, reduce insecurity, and develop the eastern hinterland. We want to attract increase in investment at home by the southeasterners and increase remittances into southeast states by those in the diaspora, and to promote ease of doing business that can stimulate investment in the southeast. SEBIS want to support and stimulate the revitalization, development, and growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, and startups in the southeast Nigeria. The theme for this summit is remaking the Southeast as an economic powerhouse. Emphasis this year shall be on investment in the more directly productive sector of the economy, that is agriculture and manufacturing and infrastructure. The summit will be out to give expression to existing agricultural and industrial policies and to translate them into action. Prominence will be given to agricultural mechanization, development of value-added capacity in cultivation, conservation, processing, manufacturing, logistics, etc. Experts will provide answers and pathways to sustainable agriculture, agribusiness funding, and resource mobilization. We are anchoring our agenda on SME, women and youth, as we are bringing together about 1,000 businesses and investors from diverse sectors from across the globe. About 500 youth entrepreneurs and another 500 women in business group have been invited from Southeast states, the 5 Southeast states, and they will be having a pull-out section tomorrow for the women and youth in business, and shall be hosted in a special side event which, with the interaction with Indian SMEs powered by Enyimba Economic Development City. Your Excellencies, distinguished gentlemen and ladies, may I inform you that SEBIS is viewing this summit not as an end in itself, but a means to an end. We shall, going forward, work for the establishment of special purpose vehicle to drive business and investment promotion in relevant sectors in Southeast Nigeria. We establish Southeast Enterprises Promotion Agency to stimulate establishment, skill development, capacity building, innovation, fund syndication, and market access to SMEs, MSMEs, startups, and corporate businesses in Southeast Nigeria. We shall establish mechanism and work to attract over $1 billion in investment portfolio from across the world over the next 5 years to stimulate the revitalization, development, and growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises and startups. We will work to establish the Southeast Trade Center to be a connecting center between businesses in the Southeast and with the rest of the world, providing linkages between production companies and major businesses, as well as between Nigerian diaspora and Southeast businesses. We want to work to provide renewed confidence for businesses and investors in Southeast Nigeria that will ultimately increase foreign direct investment and increase diaspora remittances into the Southeast and stimulate improved entrepreneurship ecosystem, ease of doing business indicators, as well as improve corporate governance structure and sustainable business system in the Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank immensely our partners, the Enyimba Economic City, the Southeast Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Lion Business Park, and a whole lot of others agencies that have been working with us, especially National Automotive Design and Development Council, the SMIDEM, for their wonderful support. I appreciate our SEBIS members in Nigeria and across the world for their commitment and sacrifice towards putting this summit together. I thank you very much.
I had thought the applause would be a lot louder. If you listen critically to the speech by the Executive Secretary of SEBIS, you'll understand where we are going to. First of all, as small and medium enterprises, the SMEs, forms the heart of the economy. And you know that without that, our economy will be in shambles. So the trust is to make sure that it is revitalized and then re-engineered with that mindset that this is our thing, the Igbo man, the businessman of the world. Please let's put our hands together again for Dr. Ifede Okwenda. Please let me do a few more recognitions, then we get into the other parts of the program. We have here the National Programs Officer of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Mr. Ruben O. Bamidele. Please, Dr. Ruben Bamidele, please put your hands together for him. Dr. Bamidele, you're welcome. We also have here the MD CEO of Polystar Electronics, Chief Dr. Ambassador Paulinus Ozonnabo, ably represented by Dr. Mrs. Salome Okeke. Please can we put our hands together. Also here we have Comrade Chinedu Okato, President, Ndiwa Maka Progressive Market Association. This is the umbrella body of all market association in Lagos. Please can you put your hands together for him. We have the Managing Director, Chief Executive, Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEBZA, Dr. Olufemi Ogunyemi, ably represented by Sir Innocent O. Uzechi, Director, Investment and Promotion and Investor Service. Please put your hands together. We have Mr. Joseph Osanikbi, the Director General, Nigeria Automotive Design and Development Corporation, represented by Mr. Musa Sani, Director Policy Planning and Statistics. Can we put our hands together for him? We also have Director Industrial Infrastructure of NADDC, that is Nigeria Automotive Development and Design Company, in the person of Nua Omisanya. Please put our hands together. At this point, we're going to listen to the opening remarks, which is going to come from the chairman of the summit, no other but the very respected His Majesty Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR, Abogidi, the OB of Onitsha. Please let's put our hands together for Abogidi and keep clapping until he mounts the stage. Please put your hands together. I think it's the right time for us to stand and usher him to the podium. Abogidi.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, please permit me to stand on the established protocol. But I will not fail to recognize my royal brother, Igwe Ambassador Lawrence Agobozu, who is here. The organizers of this program, I hail you, I recognize you, and he has stepped out. Professor Chinedu Nebo, I want to recognize him as a triple vice chancellor, who is currently the vice chancellor of the University on the Niger, which of course is very dear to my own heart. Finally, Onitsha, which was the bastion of education, has now got two universities starting up immediately. University on the Niger and the Shanghai University, the Anglican and the Catholic missions. And the other one's coming also. But on that note, I welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and business leaders. I am delighted to welcome you to this maiden edition of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit. This is another opportunity available to us to foster partnership and build cooperation and develop synergy to drive growth and development to the Southeast. As we convene, I'm reminded of the immense potential that lies within the southeast of Nigeria. We are blessed with abundant natural resources, a vibrant and smart workforce, and ingenious innovators and inventors, and resilient entrepreneurs. Today, I'm inclined to remind us that eastern region of Nigeria was once the fastest growing economy in the whole world. Remember Michael Okpara, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the rest of the team. Growing above 9% per annum, 9% APR per annum. But however, we are also aware of the challenges that hindered and stalled our progress. From the events of 1967 to 1970 Civil War, to daring infrastructural deficits, and the challenge of access to finance, our itinerant habits, etc., and lately, insecurity occasioned by our own selves. These have all contributed in slowing our pace of development. But Igbo are no doubt success stories everywhere we find ourselves. In major cities of Nigeria and Africa as a whole, the Southeast people control trade and commerce. I was in Abuja on Sunday at an event by our young entrepreneurs. It was mind-blowing what was going on there, and the young men who are moving Abuja. We are the import and export merchants and are contributing immensely to the development and the building of the economy of our hosts. We control the diaspora population and thus the remittances therefrom. But what remains distressful is that whilst we develop other people's lands, our own land remains desolate. The youths at home remain unemployed, enough wealth are not being created, and poverty index continues to rise, and the challenge of insecurity poses us in the face. As it stands today, capital repatriation and remittances from Nigerian diaspora are mainly not invested in the Southeast. In addition to this, the Southeast zone is currently not getting appreciable foreign direct investment. The only foreign direct investment in Anambra State since the end of the war in 1970 is the brewery, that is the Interfact Brewery, which is now a part of the International Breweries Group. That's the only international investment. And from day one, that brewery set all records, global records, within the SAB-MILA group in terms of being completed on time, on target, on finance target, technical target, everything. It's the most profitable business that the company or the group has had. But then, what does it take for us to bring more of those to Enugu, to Aba, to the Southeast, everywhere, and so on? I'm aware that our people are making several efforts in changing this narrative. Last year, I was part of the Southeast Governors Forum Summit on Security and Economics and the Economy, which held at Owerri, which touched on key critical areas of security and economic cooperation and integration of the 5 sub-national groups. Whilst we are still waiting and awaiting the implementation of some of the resolutions of that government-sponsored initiative, I'm thus happy of this current initiative, which is a public-private sector partnership led initiative. And I'd like to say also that the outcomes of the Owerri Summit are long overdue, and it's in the hands of the governors. So the governors owe us a duty to stay ahead and let us follow them, rather than us pushing them behind to keep leaders. This, I believe, will bridge the gap and make our governments to effectively partner with the private sector to unlock and catalyze the businesses and investment opportunities in the Southeast. It is time that we begin to leverage on the areas of our comparative advantage, to develop it, utilize it for our own ends. We are businessmen and merchants, and businesses drive the economy of an area as it injects capital and invests in new technologies, create jobs, and spread wealth, which leads to growth in the economy. It is therefore a way to create wealth, alleviate poverty, and grow the economy. This, to me, is the core essence of a business and investment summit. I repeat, it is therefore a way to create wealth, to alleviate poverty, and to grow the economy. That is what we are here for. As we begin this journey, I re-emphasize the need for regional integration. We are a contiguous zone and a mono-ethnic people spread into 5 different states and beyond. Our economy as individual states may be small, but working together, we shall build one large economy with greater potentials for higher economic growth and faster development. I look forward to these businesses working together for economic integration within our zone and with our neighbors, our neighboring zones like the South-South and the Middle Belt and so on. It is equally important as businesses to begin to build partnerships with both the national and international institutions and development partners, many of whom are represented here. This will give us more access to capital, innovation and technology, access to markets, and increased business opportunities. I followed the trajectory of these summit planners, and I saw a deliberate effort to build partnerships across board for Southeast development. I applaud them and applaud these national agencies like the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency, the National Automotive Design and Development Council, the Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authority, the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, etc., to invest in the Southeast. We need you to do more. The Southeast is a hub for MSME, and most are in agriculture and manufacturing, including component car and motorcycle spare parts, shoes, leather products, and textile. We'll stimulate our non-oil exports if more government support is provided, as well as increased access to finance, reduction in interest rates, and provision of financial education, training, and capacity building to these great entrepreneurs from the Southeast. I'm equally expecting that international organizations like United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, World Bank, and USAID, and other multilateral and bilateral institutions will leverage on this effort to provide entrepreneurship training and capacity building, and access to capital and market access to our businesses here. This is the way to train and grow our youth population, and is a credible way of solving our security challenges non-kinetically. I thank SEBIS Group and their partners for this wonderful initiative, and I associate myself to the entire idea. This is the right time to do things right. Tell our stories, develop new narratives for ourselves, and create the Southeast brand. Market it and ensure we all invest in it. It shall be a legacy for ourselves and for our children. Let us work together to harness our potentials as Ndibo, drive economic growth, and improve the lives of our people. The time has come for us to think home and develop our homeland. I wish you all a very successful summit and the best compliments of the season that is coming. Thank you very much for your attention.
Abogidi, that was very aptly presented by His Majesty himself. Igbo Nwalumado. Continuing with our program, I'd like to do a few more recognitions. We have Dr. Barrister Uche Madwemesi, GM, Empower Free Trade Zone. He's here. Please put your hands together. It will interest you to know that Empower Free Trade Zone has a stand just by my right, and also the Enyimba Economic Development City, also here with their stand in the hall. Put your hands together for them. We have the Managing Director of Bank of Industry, Dr. Olasupo Olusi, ably represented by the Regional Manager Southeast, Mr. Andrew Ogolome. Please put your hands together for him. Also in our midst, we have the CEO of Reliable Phones Nigeria, CEO Reliable Technologies USA, and President MIT Solutions, Wexford, USA, in the person of Nathaniel Ikechi. Please let's put our hands together for him. At this point, we want to welcome up to the podium the President of Southeast Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Chief Humphrey Ngonadi, for his speech. Please put your hands together for Chief Humphrey Ngonadi. We are not really clapping. We are clapping like we Mr. Howard.
Before I go on, please, I'm Mr. Humphrey Ngonad. I'm not a chief. My Igwe has not made me one. While standing on well-established protocol, may I humbly recognize the chairman of the occasion, His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igbo Gidi, the man I respect so much. How I wish that all the Igbo's would be like you. Other Royal Majesty in our midst, then I will not fail to recognize my mentor and my friend, Professor Chinedu Nebo. Then I will not go on to recognize people before I will make a lot of mistakes. I think it was Sadebe who in one of his play while recognizing people, he discovered that he will create more enmity than friends. He said, Mandiya Cheta, Mandiya Cheta. So let me, while believe I have recognized everybody, there is this masquerade Opolumpi, who usually will never be in occasion at time. He will come in an occasion about 6 p.m. and will start to say that 12 o'clock, so that it's now is 12 o'clock. And based on that, may I say good morning. Please permit me, as I have said, to stand on established protocol. On behalf, this is an address from Mr. Humphrey Ngona, the President of Southeast Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mine and Agriculture, SESIMA, to the Southeast Business and Investment Summit. On behalf of my Executive Council and members, and of Southeast Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mine and Agriculture, SESIMA, and on behalf of my National President of NASIMA, our parents' body, Dele, I formally welcome you all to the Southeast Business and Investment Summit. You may wish to know that SESIMA had in 2021 and 2022 successfully hosted the Southeast Economic Development and Investment Summit here in Enugu. It is with great excitement that I stand to address you today, being the culmination of the dream of the matured, of a dream that we matured for a very long time. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit, SEBIS, with the team remaking the Southeast as economic powerhouse, is coming at a time when there is an urgent need for refocusing on the region. In other words, the Southeast business community need to be reorganized, empowered, and channeled in the right direction. Prior to the Nigerian Civil War, the Southeast witnessed an unprecedented level of development in various sectors. In fact, it is on record that the Southeast matched the Southwest in development like this, which encouraged many of the businessmen of Igbo extraction to invest heavily in the region. Following the massive devastation of the Civil War, the region seemed to have stunted in growth, except for area of commerce. It is therefore my hope that this summit will revitalize the zeal in the business community of the Southeast to take its rightful place as a major economic hub in Africa. we in the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mine and Agriculture, SESIMA, believe in the doctrine of Igwebike. There is a man that had his son and named him Iko Tuonye. And Iko Tuonye was well established and was doing very well. The other person called his own son Igwebike. And no matter however you do ndị bai si na anyụkọsị amma milionu ọgba ofu iweta ofu aiza you can easily break it, but when it's bundled it's difficult to do. So we believe na Igwebike strength in the unity, hence our partnership with organization and promotion of the Eco-Making Summit, SESIMA, is made up of all the city chambers in the entire Southeast, and most of the city chambers executives and members are in audience. They scatter some other places, and many will be coming tomorrow. There are so many who are calling me and said they won't make it today, but they will come tomorrow. So I'm hoping they will be here. I need to congratulate the Executive Secretary of SEBIS, GCO, Sedin, Dr. Ifebi Okenwa, for his passion in galvanizing the Southeast business community, the state and the federal government, MDS, foreign investors, international institutions, and global leaders in corporate governance, among others, to see to the success of all these important events. It is my firm belief that this summit will not only leave an indelible mark, but also serve as a catalyst for an economic and industrial liberation in the Southeast. I therefore wishes you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very important speech. One of my major excitements about this summit is the fact that it is not going to be business as usual, where papers will be delivered and then people go with a lot of notes, only to put them away in their bookshelves, and that ends the matter. But that this is going to be a practical step in order to revitalize, re-energize, and refire businesses in the Southeast, because a lot of collaborations, corporations, and then a lot of working together will follow after this particular summit. Thank you to the organizers for that mindset, which I know they are ready to fulfill. I'd like to recognize Right Comrade Ekene Eze Onodogo, the Students' Union Government President of IMT Enugu. He is here. I also want to recognize the presence of the State Coordinator, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, RMRDC, the person of Dr. Mrs. Pauline Uche Obianoko. You're welcome. We're going to take yet another speech, making the Southeast the Nigeria's automotive hub. If you notice, our people have started not just assembling vehicles, but have started manufacturing. We have the likes of Innocent, we have the Omo. And just some few days ago, I saw another one that's called Rosette. It's an electric car which I was privileged to drive. And you see that when you open the box, seems like you don't see anything. You open the boot, there's also nothing to it. But this car is everything a car should be. And that is being pioneered by one of our very own, an indigene of the southeast of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together for the southeast. Let me welcome for the speech, making the southeast the Nigeria's economic automotive hub, by Joseph Sanikbi, Director General, CEO, Nigeria Automotive Design and Development Commission. And he is ably represented here in our midst. Let's welcome Director Policy Planning and Statistics, Mr. Musa M. Sani. You're welcome.
Your Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onisha, my name is Musa Sani, representing the DG CEO of NADDC, the National Automotive Design and Development Council. Actually, he gave me something to read on his behalf because he's contending with some senators on oversight. He couldn't make it here. I also like to stand on existing protocols, with your permission, sir. The topic, making the Southeast the automotive hub of Nigeria, I think somehow I believe this has already happened. We are only here to provide what the government can do, and we have also realized that the SEBIS has done something that has never done before. So we started partnering with them long ago to see how we can come together to see how we can improve on the infrastructure that we have already started building in the Southeast. And then we also see how we can move forward in developing the auto sector in Southeast. But actually, the Southeast has already become the hub of component productions and assembly plant in Nigeria. There is nothing we can teach son on how to assemble spare parts and vehicle. We can only provide some facilities as government and how he can improve on his after sales and other things. And I would like to read, so that I will not digress a lot from the speech of Joseph Osanifin, the CEO of NADDC. It is with great pleasure and honor I stand before you today to make this address. This Business and Investment Summit 2024 couldn't have come at a better time as our great nation seeks to tackle challenges it faces in various aspects of the economy occasioned by lull in the revenue generated from oil sector. The nation is left with no option than to seek ingenious way to tackle these various challenges. Now, we know that we have to look the other way, and we know that the Southeast is specially gifted in entrepreneurship all over the world, not only in Nigeria or West Africa, all over the world, to provide alternative for this. What is very important is platform like this, where the Southeastern zone can unite. It is worthy to note that this summit is first of its kind in the Southeastern zone, with an intention to stimulate and transport economies within the state through massive investment. The initiative is journey in itself, discovery at rebuilding the Southeast economy and developing partnership, cooperation, and collaboration with other regions and other countries at large. This will benefit a lot, to benefit Nigeria a lot. Instead of we focusing on getting our spare parts and other auto components from Korea, China, and Germany, if we can get it from the southeast, then it's better for not only for Nigeria, even for the West African region. The Nigerian Automotive Industrial Plan 2013 by the federal government recognized Southeast as a hub as far back as 2013. This is what informed the establishment of Enugu Auto Component Center, which is over 80% completed now. And also the Owerri Automotive Hub. Right now, we also have another plan of, launching the Inewi Industrial Park, which is mainly automotive. It is supposed to be a component supplier park. Now, this supplier park is organized in 3 regions. One in Kaduna, the other in Oshogo, and in Inewi in Anambra State. But the first one NADDC developed was that of Inewi in conjunction with UNIDO and Mahindra, India. Now, that was because, the potential is there already. What they only need is the park, the enabling environment to continue what they are doing. Benefit of Inewi Auto Park include some of the following. Provide necessary infrastructure for manufacturing, thereby reducing cost of production. Serve as incubator center for development of advanced manufacturing practices in the country. Attract foreign direct investment in automotive parts production. This attracting foreign part has already happened. Sometimes earlier this year, the AAAM, the African Automotive Association, came to Nigeria, headed by the South African Regional Center of Automotive Sector. They went to Inewi and in Enugu here, and they are currently making a lot of effort to see that foreign investment come into the Inewi Park. And we also have met with Robert Bosch, which is the major component production company all over the globe. And we have invited them to come and also invest in the Inewi Industrial Park. This park has the potential to provide a lot of employment, improve science and technical skill in the country, enhance competitiveness. There are a lot of innovators in Inewi, which you are all aware, and some of them are doing at the backyard of their house. We want them to come out, so that they can show the world their skills and innovation, and they can get certified. They can sell in the Nigerian market and regional market and all over the world. Now, that is a brief on what the NADDC is doing in the zone. And we believe that Southeast has the potentials, the capital, the human resources to succeed in this sector. It has done so, and we believe that if the enabling environment is improved, it can reach a global level. As you are aware, currently in Nigeria, the one single OEM we have, original equipment manufacturer, is Innoson. And Innoson vehicle manufacturing company has made a lot of inroads into Nigerian economy, different sector of the economy. They provide different brands, and they have also been exporting vehicles to neighboring countries. And we know that we have not reached there yet. There are a lot of complaints, and some of us are very, eager to see that Innocent has reached somewhere that some countries has reached that, they don't remember that those companies started like 150 years ago, or 100 years ago. But Innocent, in less than 30 years, has made a name for himself. And he has made a brand that is popular in Nigeria and in Africa. Whatever we decide in that company will, of course, happen, but the most important thing is for us to support our product. We must support a Nigerian product. By supporting it, there will be gradual improvement, gradual, innovation. We see to it that, a lot of improvement is made in the product and the after sales, and then we can say that we have the Nigerian auto industry, because that is one company that has the potential to bail Nigeria out of the economy, the massive importation of automotive we have. And for your information also, Innocent is not only assembling cars, they are also manufacturing a lot of spare parts, tricycle spare parts, motorcycle spare parts. Recently also we have supported him to start producing tire. That is an auxiliary auto component industry. Many assemblers, they only assemble, they buy the parts from other companies. But here, he has made that effort to do. And so many other companies like Kojo, like Oma, and so many other ones in Lagos that are striving. We are proud of Innocent as the only indigenous OEM in Nigeria, and will continue to support them. And as I said, we believe that the zone has the entrepreneurship ability, the financial capacity, and the skill to sustain this sector. What is required is a platform like this, the unity and focus, so that we can support our industry to grow. Thank you very much. God bless this forum.
Thank you, Mr. Musa Sani. Listening to your speech was quite revealing. A lot of things that we didn't know were available or were working, we just heard. Thank you for that. We have a lot of dignitaries and personalities who have been delayed by the flight delay. Some of them are still trapped in the aircraft because of the runway that's been shut down. Incidentally, His Excellency Senator Bala Mohammed, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, is supposed to be here, but was part of the delay. But his advance team, ably led by Engineer Mohammed Bani Abdul Kadir, Honorable Commissioner of Commerce, Trade, Industry, and Investment, Bauchi State, he is here, and he's leading the team, accompanied by Honorable Commissioner for Budget, Malam Tahir. Also, we have the Honorable Commissioner for Solid Mineral, Mr. Aminu Hangayo. You're all welcome, please. Put your hands together and welcome them warmly to the Southeast. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of collaboration to take place that have been formed, and it's just for the right time and things will begin to happen. Permit me at this point to have the speech by the Kenyan High Commissioner to Nigeria, who was not able to make it because of the delay, but we're lucky to have his speech on video in the person of His Excellency Isaac Ken Parashina, the Kenyan High Commissioner to Nigeria. This speech will bother on Kenya's experience and gains in implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCTFA agreement option for the Southeast. Let's watch the multimedia.
Express my profound gratitude to the leadership of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group for inviting me to address this inaugural summit. It would have been my wish to physically participate in this auspicious event, but unfortunately circumstances beyond my control have hindered. I take note that the aim of this summit is to promote business and investment and stimulate the economy of Southeast Nigeria. I am proud of the long-standing cordial relationship between Kenya and Nigeria, characterized by shared principles, values, and aspirations, and anchored on mutual respect. The relationship between our two countries goes beyond political and bilateral engagements to encompass trade and investment. Our two countries are strategically located and are both key players in the continent. Nigeria is currently the largest economy not only in West Africa, but also in the continent, while Kenya is an economic hub and gateway to East and Central Africa. Unfortunately, the existing fraternal relationship and strategic locations of our two countries have not translated to significant trade and investment between the two countries. The volume of trade between the two countries remains low. This is largely attributed to various tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade. This calls for urgent and collective intervention by various stakeholders in the two countries to harness the subsisting potentials for trade and investment for mutual benefit of our two countries and peoples. Kenya is a member of the East Africa Community and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, while Nigeria is a member of the Economic Community of West Africa. This avails opportunities for access to huge markets for local products and collaboration in facilitating intra-African trade. I commend the commitment by both governments to strengthen economic relations and the ongoing efforts to address existing challenges and increasing trade volumes and investment between Kenya and Nigeria. I note the bold step recently taken by Nigeria to join the Guided Trade Initiative under the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area, following the recent launch of the first shipment under this initiative by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. During this launch, a number of commodities were exported to Kenya. Early this year, Kenya abolished visa requirements for all visitors, becoming a visa-free country to ease movement of people, especially within the continent. All travelers to Kenya are now only required to submit an online electronic travel authorization, ETA, at a small administrative fee of USD 35. Kenya is a liberal economy with robust institutional, legal, and policy frameworks that provide for a friendly business environment. The country has good infrastructure network and connectivity and provides harbor and port services to landlocked neighboring countries. Apart from good internet connectivity across the country, Kenya provides well-trained and skilled resources across all sectors of the economy. On 18th December 2023, the European Union and Kenya signed an economic partnership agreement which entered into force on 1st July 2024 upon approval by the European Parliament. The EU-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement provides duty-free, quota-free EU market access to all export from Kenya, combined with a partial and gradual opening for the Kenyan market to import from the European Union. I therefore seize this opportunity to welcome you all to Kenya, the home of unlimited possibilities for business, investment, and tourism. Finally, I wish you a successful summit and assure you of my willingness to work with the leadership of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group to advance our mutual interest in areas of trade and investment for the benefit of our peoples. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
That was the Kenyan High Commissioner to Nigeria with his speech. At this point, we will take another message, but not before I do this recognition. I want to recognize and welcome all the City Chambers of Commerce presidents and DGs who are here. Please can we put our hands together for them? From Oka, Newi, Aba, Umahia, Okigwe. In fact, the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, they are all here. Please put your hands again for them. I also want to recognize yet again the Managing Director, Chief Executive, Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEBSA, ably represented by Sir Innocent Uzechi, Director, Investment Promotion and Investor Service. Please let's put our hands together for him. Now we're going to take a speech, one of the major speeches of this event. Is going to come from no other than our very own, the two-time World Trade Organization Director General, former Minister of Finance in Nigeria, the woman who handled Nigeria economy and made it robust. Let's welcome to represent Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the person of Ambassador Joe Ayalogo. Please, let's put our hands together for Ambassador Joe Ayalogo. He is going to take the speech from our very own Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Good afternoon, all. I have my task for now set out clearly. It is to deliver a good will message for the occasion from Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, who is the Director General of the World Trade Organization. Chairman of the occasion is Royal Majesty Igwe Alfred Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha, Abobi. His Royal Majesty Ambassador LOC Agbozo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present. On the occasion of the inaugural session of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit, SEBIS, it is my honor and pleasure to send you my goodwill message. First, my apologies. When I was invited by the organizers to deliver a lead speech, I had looked forward to being present to do so myself. But the demands of my seeking election for the second tenure as Director General of the WTO, World Trade Organization, weighed heavily and precluded my doing so. But happily, the outcome of my bid has been favorable, and I thank the Almighty for His blessings. I see it as another opportunity to serve once again not only the global community but also my country, and to play whatever role that it's possible, including counseling and providing insights into regional economic initiatives such as envisaged in the current SEBIS project. I recall that about a year ago at the Southeast Governors and Stakeholders Summit on Economic Development and Security in the region, which was held in Owerri, Imo State, I had given elaborate insights into development imperatives for the Southeast and had looked forward to some implementation efforts, but incidentally, I have not heard much about it again. Anyway, while I agree that the Southeast governments have the responsibility to lead the charge for the development of the region, it is evident that that task cannot be left to them alone. This is why the Southeast Business and an Investment Summit that is now taking place, in Enugu, which I understand is essentially a private sector-driven initiative, has attracted my interest, and I must add my full support. I hope that in due course, the state governments, the entire peoples of the Southeast, including those at home and most of those in diaspora, will come and join hands in these efforts for regional development. The people of the Southeast are known for their dynamism, sense of purpose, and industry. They therefore cannot afford to be reticent or unconcerned about responding to the demands of collective and inclusive development of the region, of their environment, as this occasion calls. It's not in their culture nor in their DNA to do so. Indeed, in a country like Nigeria with its diversities and federal political structure, the only way to meaningfully and sustainably achieve development is through sub-regional or sub-national regional initiatives such as this. The federal government of Nigeria has recognized this fact by creating regional
development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission. I would therefore like to see a synergy between SEBIS, the Southeast Development Commission, and of course, the Southeast government coming to work together and articulating solutions to the many development challenges of the region. Specifically, it would be necessary to see robust efforts in dealing with such issues as the infrastructure deficits and the huge energy shortfalls that seem to have impaired real development in the Southeast. Agriculture and food security, human capacity shortfalls, the human capacity development, health services, social welfare, maintenance of law and order to support security, support of small and medium enterprises which can enhance job creation, wealth creation, youth engagement, and of course, productivity. There is no end of the list, but I have identified these critical areas. So I want to conclude my short goodwill message with my words of encouragement to the government and peoples of the Southeast who are stakeholders in the region's development, peace, and stability. There is hope for a better future if they all work together in this endeavor. I thank you. Sorry, it's not finished. I look forward to hearing of positive outcomes from this year's inaugural session, and God willing, to possibly join in the next session. The WTO, through its various organs, will be disposed to and available to assist the Southeast region and, of course, the rest of the country in the search for sustainable development. I thank you all. This is from signed by Dr. Kunjoy Wala, GCON, Director General of the World Trade Organization. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're going to be also hearing the speech by Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kiwete, the former president of Republic of Tanzania. Today he's chosen our very own Dr. Ifediora Amobi, a renowned economist, to take that speech for him. Please let's welcome Dr. Ifediora to the podium. Taking the speech of Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, the former president of Tanzania. Please put your hands together.
The chairman of the summit, His Majesty Igwe Nemeka Alfred Achebe Obiofonisha Abogidi Ekenenge, His Royal Majesty Igwe Lawrence O.C. Agubuzu, Eze Obune Chendo, Eze Molu. You're welcome, sir. All other protocols duly observed. I am here to read the speech of the former president of the Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Dr. Jakaya Mishio Kiwete, which he entitled Towards a Shared Vision, in a statement on the Southeast Business Summit here in Enugu. I am delighted to be invited to be among the great people of Nigeria on this auspicious occasion of the Southeast Business Summit. I hasten to state that Nigeria is an important country, not only in Africa, but throughout the world. Few can forget the frontline role by Nigeria against apartheid in the Southern Africa, even though not from the region, and for which we remain grateful. It is on this record that my country, Tanzania, played a significant part in that struggle, and I have strived to maintain these enviable cordial relations with Nigeria, both in and out of government. Now to the business of the day. For what of a better title I have chosen to caption my lecture, Towards a Shared Vision for Development. Introduction. I am made to understand that 54 years after the fratricidal civil war in Nigeria, the Southeast region has continued to grapple with developmental challenges, including acute infrastructural deficits and high youth unemployment, especially among the youth. These challenges have spurred widespread emigration, the loss of critical human capital, and increasing calls for self-determination by a segment of the youth population. Your experience is not far from that in many countries where governments struggle to allocate often limited resources in addressing developmental challenges. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit, therefore, provides a veritable platform to confront these issues head-on, uniting stakeholders to craft a shared vision of progress and prosperity. It is imperative to chart a new course, one that transcends reliance on state-led initiatives and embraces self-help, collaborative development, and strategic engagement with the Nigerian Federation. Creating a shared vision for development. A shared vision for development must reflect the collective aspirations of Southeastern communities while leveraging their rich cultural heritage, entrepreneurial spirit, and resource base. I am told there is something called Igbo spirit. This is the can-do spirit that explores and exploits opportunities from every challenge. It is the same spirit that has seen many Nigerians excel in so many endeavors all over the world. This vision should emphasize inclusive development, prioritizing infrastructure that connects rural and urban areas, enabling equitable access to opportunities and services. I understand that an idea was mooted a while ago by state governments to connect all the state capitals in the region to a railway grid. This is a welcome development. Not only will it invigorate interactions amongst the people, it will open up remote areas that are for the moment removed from the urban centers and mitigate the spate of rural-urban migration. On human capital investment, developing robust educational systems and technical training programs to empower youth for innovation and self-reliance. Emphasis should be on capacity building and vocational training. A shift from the current literary that is the bane of development in many African countries and communities. Economic diversification. Promoting industries such as agribusiness, technology, and light manufacturing to create jobs and stimulate regional growth. Igbo people are known for their business sense, but this business model appears to be one with undue concentration on buying and selling. Given the abundance of human and financial capital in the region, the Southeast can easily morph into a manufacturing hub, servicing the Nigerian market and the sub-region, thereby enormous values that will blunt the edge of unemployment and irregular migration to countries where these energies are either underutilized or employed in the service of other people. Diaspora engagement. Harnessing the financial and intellectual contribution of Southeasterners in the diaspora communities to spur local investment and mentorship programs. This could easily lead to creation of synergies and serve as a viable alternative to state-led development efforts. By aligning these objectives with the collective will of the people, the region can chart a sustainable path to development. The Southeast must transition from an over-reliance on state-led development models to a self-help approach driven by private enterprise, community collaboration, and resource optimization. This paradigm shift is necessitated by, one, ineffectiveness of centralized development models. A persistent infrastructural decay and economic stagnation reveal that limitations of state-centered interventions. Often, this model occasions delays in project articulation and execution, or worse, in disjointed policy implementation in attempts to satisfy varying demands from disparate constituencies. Resource mobilization, the second one. The region possesses immense untapped human and material resources that can be effectively utilized through cooperative and entrepreneurial initiatives, which I was told means Igwebuike, the community is strength. Global trends in development. The success of regions worldwide in achieving growth through private sector-led initiatives underscores the need for local investment and innovation. Key actors in the region, business leaders, traditional institutions, civil society organizations, and faith-based groups must therefore work together to drive this transition. Establishing a guide for actions. To achieve these noble goals, the summit should outline a clear roadmap for implementation. I believe that the organizers must be acutely aware of this necessity. Since I am unaware of the implementation strategies preferred by the summit, let me attempt a few suggestions which could aid in this direction. One, establishment of regional development funds. This should entail the creation of a Southeast Development Fund to pool resources for infrastructure, education, and enterprise development projects. Two, promotion of public-private partnerships. They should collaborate with local businesses and international investors to finance major development projects. Under this scheme, local competencies should be explored for the execution of regional projects. The knock-on effect will be to deepen knowledge of operators as well as to create values indigenous of the region. Three, capacity building. Train community leaders and youth on entrepreneurship, leadership, and innovation through targeted workshops and mentorship programs. Successful implementation will arrest the current restiveness among the youth and steer them away from violence and the pivot to anti-social conducts. Four, policy advocacy. Lobby for policies that support regional autonomy in economic planning and resource management. For this to be effective, the region requires special purpose vehicles through which the policies can be implemented. In this, the Southeast Development Commission and similar organs should not be theoretical constructs, but active vehicles for development. 5, a review of previous decisions on development of the region and mainstreaming of its salient points. It makes little sense to waste precious man-hours searching or trying to reinvent the wheel. The summit should endeavor to look into workable ideas of development that have been proffered in the past and ensure its implementation. 6, monitoring and evaluation. Establish a framework to track progress, ensure accountability, and recalibrate strategies as needed. There is no gainsaying that development in this challenging environment implies that every kobo voted for projects should count and must be accounted for. Financial malfeasance is a betrayal of the trust of the people and generations yet unborn. Fostering a new relationship among stakeholders. Sustainable development in the Southeast requires fostering a renewed relationship among stakeholders and with Nigerian. One cannot help by being cognizant of the fraught relationships between the central government and some elements in the region. But for this experience to work, you cannot afford such fissures in the polity. There must be a whole society approach to development. Basic elements of that approach should include 1, collaboration among regional stakeholders, where business leaders, government officials, and grassroots organizations must work collectively to achieve shared objectives. 2, interregional partnerships. We must build alliances with other regions in Nigeria to enhance trade, investment, and shared learning opportunities. 3, constructive engagement with the federal government, advocating for policies that address regional concerns, including restructuring for fiscal federalism and equitable resource allocation. This recalibration of relationships will not only empower the Southeast, but also strengthen its role within the broader Nigerian Federation. By way of conclusion, let me state that the Southeast Business and Investment Summit represents a pivotal opportunity to redefine the region's developmental trajectory. Through articulating a shared vision, embracing self-help strategies, and fostering inclusive partnerships, the Southeast can overcome its challenges and emerge as a model of sustainable development. The time for action is now, and the responsibility lies with every stakeholder to contribute meaningfully to this transformation agenda. With unity, innovation, and resilience, the Southeast region can reclaim its position as a hub of economic vibrancy and cultural pride within the Nigerian political space. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And like they say in Tanzania, nakupenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that speech. We're going to take a goodwill message from United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the National Program Coordinator, Dr. Ruben Bamidele. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes.
His Excellency, the Obi of Onitsha, Agbogidi, Chairman of the Summit. So with your permission, I would like to rest on the established protocol. It gives us great pleasure and unity to partner with the SEBIS group for organizing this summit. When we were contacted and we had the first meeting with the group, we just knew that this is a set of people to associate with, because the focus of this summit resonates with the mandate of UNIDO. UNIDO, as you may know, is the specialized agency of the United Nations saddled with the promotion and acceleration of inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states. And the theme of this summit is very much in alignment with our mandate. UNIDO promotes industrial development for poverty reduction, inclusive globalization, and environmental sustainability. When I look at the theme of the summit, talking about remaking, it gives me some task of thinking, how are we remaking the Southeast as an economic hub? Already, as has been said by previous speakers, the entrepreneurial capacity of this region of the country is one that other people need to learn from. The human capital of the southeastern states, both within Nigeria and globally, is also one that has to be reckoned with. So if you look at it globally and in the national economy, I think the remaking is more in the direction of galvanizing these resources to relocate back home. So this region, to my mind, in every respect, is ahead. But how can we bring these resources back to the southeast so that in as much as they are operating globally and other parts of the country, they can have their base here? Now, this leads me to mention that UNIDO currently is coming up with a program which we should be implementing between now and end of 2028. The program is called Program for Country Partnership, and I should be speaking more on that later in this program, so I don't want to dwell on that now. But it's one that we use to partner with SEBIS to see how we can drive and accelerate, as it were, the focus of this particular agenda. Therefore, ours today is to encourage the SEBIS group to build on the success that will be made during this summit and see how this can be sustained. Because to have this number of participants and high caliber of persons in this summit today speaks to the fact that it is already a success. I told someone that I don't care how we take off today. A child that is born does not start to walk the same day. So we'll build on whatever we're able to achieve in this maiden edition of the summit, and we hope that over the years, a lot more will be achieved. This leads me to implore the government of the southeastern states to join hands with the SEBIS as this process continues. We need the government. Government has a lot to do, but this initiative has taken off and it has to continue. I wish to pledge UNIDO's availability and commitment to continue to partner with this group for the acceleration of the growth and development of the Southeast Nigeria and Nigeria at large. Thank you very much for your attention.
He said something very profound. He said there is a partnership that is going to take place between 2025 and 2028, but he doesn't want to speak on that now. If I were you, I will go nowhere till I hear him say that. Because I think that's where the whole juice is. Let's take another speech, which may be the last in this series, as we call on the CEO of Enyimba Economic Development City, the person of Sidal Ozo. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Is that how you put your hands together for him?
Good afternoon, all. Your Royal Majesty, Obi of Furniture, Abogidi, and I will stand on the existing protocol. My name is Sidal Uzu. I used to be a teacher, and what I am going to talk about is what I used to teach in the universities, locally and internationally. I wish Professor Nnaji is here today because I could remember sometime in the late 80s, we were talking in the US, a program of how we're going to develop our LIB. So we're still talking about that now. But what we have done in the last 8 years is to do. We stopped talking. The project I'm going to talk about is Enyimba Economic City. It's a 9,803 hectares of land. So it's almost 10,000 kilometers square of a space. So you can possibly imagine a Nugu, 10 kilometers from one end to the other. So it's a very big city. It's the largest single private sector development in Africa today. And in fact, it is a city that won the first prize of a new city in the whole world that has the capacity of changing the economy of a country. It beat a city in Australia to second position and another city in Russia to third position. Now, let me give you the theoretical background because I say I'm a teacher and I have been involved in this elsewhere. Let's take the example of China. China was a communist country. We have forgotten. You don't own land in China. You don't own business. You don't own anything. Anything you own belongs to the government. You work for the government. And it was like that up to 83 when I was a graduate student. Now, China wanted to pivot to a capitalist economy. They would have done what we did here. We start privatization. And if China had done that today, it would have been a very corrupt country. Because there's no way you would do that. You will sell government enterprise to your brother or to your friend or to your classmate or to this thing. They didn't do that. You know what China did? This time I was talking to you, by 83, China had about 61 cities that had up to 1 million population. We're not talking about Shenzhen, Beijing, and big cities that has up to 20 and all that, Shanghai and all that. 1 million was about 61. But today, China has about 163 cities that has up to 1 million population. What did they do? They did startup cities. The startup cities they did was to design new cities, like all the Shandong, Shenzhen, and all that. They are all new cities. And they did what they call hardware. They connected those cities with road, connected with rail, build power. At that time, they were building power. In fact, it was coal. They built power plants. And they did software. They created new rules for those cities. They say, here, you can now own property. You can own your business. You can run your business. That's what we want to do here. We want to leverage on that. And the history of this project is that for the whole country. When President Buhari came into power, he wanted to change the economy of Nigeria, diversify it. He brought Professor Lee from Peking University. I have worked with Professor Lee in very many places. So we said we are going to do that. We're going to draw the economy of the old cities and build new cities. This is one of them. One for the east. We have one for the north as pilots from Tuakotin cluster. We have one in Lagos for the west. But along the line, they changed the minister for industries then, Egenama, and the whole program collapsed because we have gotten the World Bank into it, ADB, Afrexim, and AFC. The thing collapsed. So we continue with this. Now, this is what it is. I hope, can you please do this thing for me? Who is controlling the system? Okay? Now, if you look at this, if I go down, can I still talk? Yes, okay, please. If you look at this, when we wanted to do this project, this area had a lot of land between Abia and Akwa Ibom. But we didn't want to do that. Like what I've said now is what we want to do. We want to connect the old cities with the new city, we are building. So we chose this. And if you look at this is the A3, Enugu-Port Harcourt Road. And you can see this is Bayelsa, Rivers, Abia, Enugu, and Ebonyi. So this A3 has connected 5 states of South, South, Southeast. Now, if you look at this is Cross River, Akwa Ibom. It comes to Abia again. It goes to Imo, Anambra, Delta, and Edo. Right? And there's highway. In fact, President Obasanjo was building one that comes from Akwa Ibom. He stopped it at Azumini. Anybody that has the geography of that place, very good highway. He stopped it there. It was going to come out Obehe to join A3. The road was abandoned. Now, what we want to do, which we have designed and aligned, is that we want to build a 2-kilometer road on the perimeter of this new city we are building to Obinze after the army barracks in Owerri. If we do that, this is what we have done again. Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Abia, Imo, Anambra, and Delta has come on that road too. And when we started this, we did unsolicited bid for those roads. We did it for almost 3 years with Fashola. Fashola didn't want to do the concession on the roads. The federal government came later and did what they called HDMI, Highway Development and Management Initiative. So we got Port Harcourt Road, Enugu Road, 231 kilometers, and we got Aba, Owerri, and Onitsha, 161 kilometers. So if we build this road, we have connected that. Please, the next thing. Okay, you see what I'm talking about? This is Bayelsa into Port Harcourt, into A3, Abia, Enugu, and Ebonyi. Now, this is Cross River, Akwa Ibom. This is the road we are going to build at the perimeter of this into Obinze in Owerri. It goes to Anambra, Delta, and Edo. You know what we have done? We have connected the whole 11 states of South, South, Southeast into a 90 minutes driving distance. This is 50 kilometers, 100, 150. And that is 70 million. It's 60. by 2010 population, that's 70 million population. You have connected it 90 minutes driving distance, and you have the control of the assets, and you're going to rebuild those assets. Now, if we do this in the southeast, we have a base for any other thing we're going to do, and we're going to do it. It's done already. Next, this. Now, this is the road. This is Enugu, Port Harcourt. This is Taba, Owerri, and Onitsha. And this is the road we are building to join that. This is a very major thing. When we bidded for this road, there are 93 companies, international companies, right? We got CCECC, Instatoll of South Africa, Asia Silverman of UK, and our own Afri-Invest to build for that road. And something good happened then. It was at the height of IPOB. So nobody wanted to bid for roads in the southeast, right? So we got the concessions of the roads. You know, go on, next page. Yeah. What are you going to do here? We're going to do 4 industrial townships. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is particular because from the Google map, this is at Owaza, and you have gas, this thing there, and you have active gas pipelines. In fact, the one that went to Professor Naji's, this thing is there. So those are the 4 industrial townships. We're going to do major logistics here, 755 hectares of land, which is the bigger problem we have in the southeast. We do our logistics in Lagos, right? Now, if you look at here, this is the Eastern Rail. That Eastern Rail goes into Port Harcourt Port. And we're building 14-kilometer rail into One. In fact, we have finished this with MPA when the woman was the MD of MPA. Now, once you do that, this is 755 hectares. General Buhari, President Buhari gave us an OD, full OD, origin and destination inland port. It is the only one he did in the country on declaration. Every other one was concession. He declared this place is a full port. That's where custom activity in place, in this place, 755. And so many things are happening here. In fact, we are with Dubai World. We're doing this with Dubai World now. You just bring this in here, that's where the clearing happens. And you see, this is the Enugu Port Harcourt Road, that goes to the north. This is the Lagos, this is Chawe, that goes to Second Niger Bridge. It goes to the west. This is the major hub of logistics that will happen here. Yeah? Now, this is entertainment. You know, we have made mistakes in Nigeria, the things we do on urban development. We say we want to build industrial park. It's not going to work. You're not going to bring big manufacturing transfers because you have to have everything. It has to be a self-sustaining city, right? You know, they'll have to have good schools for their children, hospitals, and also you have to build full new city completely, which is what we are doing. So this is entertainment. This is medical city. We're working with Nigerian doctors, Ndibo, 50 of them in the US. They have formed the THC, the hospital company. So we're working with them on that. This is an education city. Right now, we have a license for a private university, a polytechnic, and technical training this thing that we're doing with Singapore, ITE in Singapore. This is the Central Business District. We have 2 golf courses. This is the main residential township, even though we have pockets of residences in all these places. This is an airport, 470 hectares of land. What we have done is that we have added this into AFTA, African Continental Free Trade. The presidential, I have adopted it for origin. Because if we don't have intermodal logistics, where you can come by road, by rail, by sea, you can't move things. We will be like what is happening now. China and all the other countries are designing around us for our market. So that has been adopted. So this is the land use. And these are big, like I said, big land. Next page. So you can see the uses. Almost half of the city is devoted to industries. So we want to make this place the manufacturing floor of Africa, not even Nigeria. I will tell you what we have done already. These are the uses. I can give this to people when I finish. is the first phase. You can't do this because this is talking about, about $6-7 billion. You have to do them in phases. So this is the first phase we are doing now. The first industrialization and the logistics. And we have raised $201.7 million from AfriExim. And we're doing the documentation now. We need just about $288 million for what we are going to do here. And we have started marketing. Right now, we have a marketing office in China. We have another marketing office in India. And the marketing office in India we will talk about. In fact, the man would have been here, but he's going to come here on his way back from the US. And somebody will talk about that. We have a program on that. That program is this, that the World SME, World Small and Medium Scale Industries Association, we just signed a partnership with them. Right now, we have about 106 companies, Indian companies, and we're going to be pairing them with Nigerian companies. Somebody from SESMI, the Southeast Chamber of Commerce, we're going to work with them on that. Go on. Okay, you won't see this. These are, back, please. Now, these are the companies we have from China already. We have about 7 companies that we have signed agreement with. From the lot we have already, from India and locally too. Go on. Yeah, like I said, that this project won the first prize of Chartered Cities Institute in DC for new cities coming up in the world. It beat a city in Australia to second position and another city in Russia. Go on. Okay, these are the owners. You can't do what we are doing because this is a charter city. We're going to have business registration like you have CAC. We're going to be, in fact, right now, we have license, motor. Our cars has our license. So it's a complete charter city. You can't do it. It's like government is making you another government in another state, in a state. So it's a project of Abia State government, us, federal government. In addition to paying compensation to landowners, they are part of the project. So it's a special economic zone. All the licenses, everything has been done. The regulation has been gazetted by federal government, Federal Ministry of Justice. Now, this positioning of this project was done by CBRE. The master plan was done by Subhana Jurang in Singapore. Go on. Yeah? AfriExim. Okay, this is the road. Esha Silverman, Alot did the environmental and social impact analysis. Export AfriExim is the mandated lead arrangers. ADB is part of it. IFC is doing manufacturing transfers for us on this project. And the technical advisors were FBN Quest. And the financial audits was done by Esther Young. And our power partners is GP, Professor Naji. Go on. Go on, please. I have only... Now, this is the road. CCECC is our partner, Instatol of South Africa, Esha Silverman of UK, and AfriInvest. Go on. Okay, go on. Now, this is just images. This is when we're putting the project together. This, Governor Keze was the governor of Abia State at the time. This is Subhana Jurang when we were designing. Go on. Yeah, this is when we signed the agreement with federal government. Federal government has 20% of this project, and it was done in the Executive Council chambers. You can see President Buhari. Yes, you can see President Buhari. Now, when we got our first anchor, we signed the agreement in China. You can see me here. President Buhari was in China, so we went to pay him with the chairman of the company. This is Tuga. Tuga is now our Minister for Foreign Affairs. He used to be the ambassador of Nigeria to Germany. In fact, we almost brought Volkswagen into this place. This is the mayor of Dresden. Now, everything was done, but what happened is the automotive law of Nigeria was stuck in National Assembly, which we finally brought out when, what is the Kwara guy's name again? Saraki was the Senate president. But the lady that was running an IPC, Sadiku, said he shouldn't sign because the local automotive people have to issue with the law. That's how drug charging ended up in Ghana and Rwanda. Now, this is ITE in Singapore. They are partners, technical partners. This is CCECC. Yeah, go on. Go on, please. This is ADB. That's the additional. They set up the African Investment set up board for us on this project at the time. Go on. Yeah, that's African Investment Forum. That's board. Yeah, go on. Now, this is Rama. No. Back. Back, please. This is our brother Rama giving us a tremendous support on this project. Go on. That's IFC. When IFC came to sign agreement with us in their office in Lagos. Go on. Yeah, this is World Bank. They came to do scoping for the project. Yeah, go on. Yeah, this is when we signed the Job-Tree Power Plant in Durban when we closed on the funding. Go on. Yeah, this is the last visit before Okeze left. Go on. This is the discussion on the road concession. It took 4 days. It was like Palestine and Israel doing negotiation before we can reach agreement on the distance. Go on. Now, this is the last thing I went to brief President Buhari on the projects. Okay, so, sorry. This is, I will be 72 in April. So I have finished everything I have come to do. The only thing that is left for me, like I tell people, I want to have a finger on the future of Ali Igbo. And that's all I'm devoting my life to. That's all I'm devoting my life to. There are problems that has come on this project. If I mention the money that has gone on to this project, you won't believe it. If I say it, you will think I'm here bragging. No, I am not. The problems have been there. And we are going to get this done. And what I have done, I have had support of many people, including Abogidi that is here, that Pascal, Dozier, everybody. Mazi is here. Mazi, anytime I call him. Yes, Orom. So I am going to call everybody. And the things we are doing, we have to do this for Ali Igbo. Ali Igbo is the easiest place to develop because we are very close. Onitsha is close to Owerri. Port Harcourt is close to Aba. So let's use that China model. Let's draw these things together. We are done. We are done. Once we get this up, every other thing we can add. So let me not exceed my time. Thank you. Now, after this, we have the program of the EECD SME World Program. We will launch that today, and we will work with the Chambers of Commerce here, how that program will run, because we have to vet people properly in different industries and all that. And by January, when the Indian people come, we will start the program proper. Thank you. Sorry.
I'm expecting a louder applause. The mind of an Igbo man is very, very vast. Thank you for trying to tap a bit from what your mind can comprehend and letting us share in the wealth of what you're building. Thank you, sir. I want to also recognize the presence of Chini Okoye, CEO, East Side Ventures. Please can we put our hands together? All the way, she came all the way from the United States of America to be part of this. We also have Gaius Chibweze, Chairman, Eastside Ventures, Voice of the East, Kedo App, Ohaneze Farm, Technical City, Africa. Please, just let's have a goodwill message from you, just for 2 minutes. Gaius Chibweze, please, for 2 minutes, let's have a speech from you. You know, it makes me feel glad when I hear Igbo people take names of companies in Igbo, not minding where they are located in the world. Welcome. Just for the next 2 minutes, we'll be speaking to our people.
I am very, very, very happy to be here. I want to greet our royal father and all our fathers and mothers gathered here. My name is Gaius Chibweze, and I am the CEO, I am the founder, chairman of Eastside Ventures. So I live in the United States of America, and when I was intimated about this event, I said I must be here. The funny thing is, I have not been in Nigeria for the last 9 years. But as someone who loves anything that concerns Ndigbo, in the last 8 years, my company Eastside Ventures has invested over $5 million in the Southeast. We own Voice of the East, which is the biggest Igbo media platform in the world. Currently, we have over 500,000 followers across all social media platforms, and we are viewed by over 50 million people. We also own Ohaneze Farm, which is currently the biggest fenced animal ranch farm in the Southeast. I prepared a speech, but as they said, I had small time, so I'm just going to quickly go through my speech. As a son of this great land, I believe in the boundless potential of Ndigbo. History tells us how our people turn challenges into opportunities, building a vibrant and thriving economy before the devastation of the Civil War. Under the visionary leadership of Dr. M.I. Okpara, the Southeast once ranked among the fastest growing economies in the world, outpacing nations like Malaysia, Singapore. This was a time when our region was defined by innovation, agriculture, and industry. A time those of us living today must draw inspiration from as we rebuild Igbo. But to be very honest, as I was sitting down there and I was listening to all the amazing things the last speaker was saying, I was just telling myself, Ndigbo, we have talked too much. We have had different summits. We have had summit on summit. In the United States, I have attended a lot of summits by our people. I have also joined a lot of summits online being organized here in Igbo, and this is one of them. But one thing that is special about this summit is because Chief Ifedi here promised me that whatever it is that is discussed here, that it is time for action. And I actually agree with him that it is time to move from talk to action. I would like to run you through some of the things that we have been able to do. I would like to run you through some of the things, some of the amazing things we have been able to do with Eastside Ventures. So for those just hearing about Eastside Ventures for the first time, especially our fathers and mothers here, those who are not active on social media, but I'm sure every young person here must have come across one of our products,
we launched the Kedu app, which is Igbo-only social media platform. It's an app with over 50,000 users, just only Igbo people. So when it comes to anything in Igbo, we are at the forefront. We also own Voice of the East. Voice of the East is more than a media company. It is a movement. We use Voice of the East as an instrument to preserve the Igbo cultures, amplifying our stories and connecting our Igbo to the world. 9 years ago, I founded Voice of the East. And one of the reasons why I founded Voice of the East is because I used to work in the National Assembly then, and I went to the office of former Senate President Ike Ekweremadu. And while we were talking, he said something about why Ndi Igbo needs to invest more in the media, because most of the things that are put out about Ndi Igbo are half-truth or not true. So leaving his office, I asked myself, what can I do? And immediately I went online and I bought the domain voiceoftheeast.com. And immediately I registered that domain and I created Facebook, Instagram, and other social media platforms for Voice of the East. And since then, we have been promoting the Igbo culture, putting our people on the map. The next project that I also want to talk about is the Ohaneze Farm. We started asking our people to come back and invest in Igbo through Voice of the East. But I noticed something. Most of the people will come and say, you that you are telling us, what have you done? And so 5 years ago, we launched our company, Eastside Ventures. And through Eastside Ventures, we also launched the Ohaneze Farm, which is currently the biggest farm fenced on a 410 plots land here in Enugu State. It's the biggest animal ranch in the southeast. This farm and resort is our own way of investing in agriculture and ecotourism in the southeast. Groundbreaking project is a model of innovation, sustainability, and opportunity. In this farm, we have things like livestock innovation, which we combine our mix of Efi Igbo, Savannah Muturu for females, Ndama males, Sahelian goats, and West African dwarf. Our goal is to ensure that we churn out high-quality beef, dietary, and goat production. We also have the ecotourism part of this farm. And we also have the greenhouse farming section of this farm. As I talk to you right now, we are housing over 100 cows and 250 goats. We used that for a start for experiment to see how it works, to also learn. But this ranch has a capacity for 5,000 cows and 10,000 goats. And together, we are going to get to that full capacity. We launched another project called the Tech City Africa. As a front-end engineer myself, I have seen how tech is one of those ways that we can reposition the Southeast. Every young person that you are talking to today has a phone, and they are always online. With technology, these young people can earn a living from tech. And this is what inspired us to launch the Tech City Africa project, which is our bold vision to position the Southeast as a global tech hub. We are building what you can call the Silicon Valley of Africa. And we are not just talking. We are not just talking, because most people talk, but they don't do. To show our commitment, we bought 25 hectares of land, and we have fenced it, and we are currently done with the architectural design of the tech city. The first phase of the project is going to cost us over $10 million US. But one thing I want to assure you is that the money is there. We are going to bring back that money, and we are going to build Tech City Africa here in Alibo. When I was planning to attend this event from the United States where I live in Miami, Florida, I called some of my Igbo brothers and other Nigerians, telling them I'm going to Nigeria. One thing everybody told me was, you have to be mad to want to go to the Southeast. If you don't live in the Southeast and you hear how people talk about the Southeast, you will actually think the person is going to Afghanistan. The media, for whichever reason, has magnified whatever it is that is happening here in the Southeast more than what it actually is. If you hear what they were telling me, I never knew I would be standing here talking for this long time and somebody has not taken me down. This is one of those things that we in the media, we want to fight. And those of you who know me online, while I am promoting Build in Igbo Land, I have fought against such kind of narrative that is being pushed around about the Southeast. And I will encourage every Igbo person, if you're seated down here today and you're an Igbo person, don't magnify whatever it is that any other person is saying about Alibo. We don't have another homeland. No matter how you run to anywhere you go to, one day you will want to come back. And if you, for any reason, through using social media, discourage people, investors, and other Igbo sons and daughters, I would like to share. Most of the people who have been discouraging me from saying I am not investing anywhere in Nigeria except Alibo are actually Igbo people. Unfortunately, they always tell me, you have to take it to Lagos, you have to take it to Abuja, you have to take it here. And I said, if everybody takes it to Lagos, Abuja, and other places, how will our people get jobs? How will development come? Because of a truth, part of what is increasing crime in Alibo today is as a result of failed leadership, unemployment, and people having meetings and not doing what they say that they are going to do. So one of the things we must do as a people is to fight insecurity in our region. Because without security, our region cannot reach its full potential. Anywhere you go, you hear Igbo people are great. We show our wealth. We are individually rich, but collectively poor. Our homeland doesn't reflect who we are portrayed. I left Enugu some years back. I came back. The difference was not much. What we need to do is that we must be deliberate about building Alibo. And the only way we can do this is to come together and fight insecurity. Because with insecurity, people will never come to invest where it's insecure. So I want to talk to you today, my royal father and all other elders in the house. Whatever it is that you're doing, please let us work together to bring peace back to our homeland. Let us encourage more of our sons and daughters to invest in Alibo. Because one of the things that brings peace is when people are employed, when there are opportunities. So nobody who is working and earning well, not so many will want to kill themselves. So this is why I strongly advocate for the immediate implementation of what was called Ayoha Vigilant Corps at each state of the 5 at each state level of the 5 states and the coordinating body at the regional level, which is to be headquartered here in Enugu. It is called Ayoha Peace and Security Agency. Now, many of you will be wondering, what is this agency? This initiative was meticulously designed in 2023, and it is a collaborative and security framework that can restore confidence in the Southeast. It is a blueprint already created. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. Through our platform, Voice of the East, and with its reach of over 50 million views monthly, and a vibrant diaspora audience, we have reminded the world of the commitment made at the Southeast Security and Economic Summit in Owerri, and the communique that came out from the Governors Forum in May 2024. But today, I stand here to say that it is enough to make promises. Implementation is what will build trust. Many of our people are already becoming tired of inviting them to gather. When people are invited to gather and then what is discussed and agreed is not implemented, it becomes a problem. So, beyond security, I am saying that we also need to build confidence in the opportunities already taking shape. Some of the projects by our companies, such as Ohanese Farms, which has been operational, exemplifies what can be achieved when passion meets investment. To round it up, I will say the South cannot and must not lag behind in the race for economic transformation. To the governors, policymakers, and stakeholders here present, I say there is no business and development without security. To my fellow entrepreneurs and investors, people still invest in northern Nigeria. People still invest in some of those countries we hear where horrible things happen. You must not, because of what people are saying in the media, say you cannot invest and develop your father's land. Because at the end of the day, this is your father's land. People will judge you, people judge Ndigbo based on how our father's land look. We have done everything as a people, but what we have not done is building our homeland. So I want to challenge everyone here. You must think Igbo first. I am challenging everyone here. You must think Igbo first. Collectively, as a people, we can rebuild the Southeast. Thank you.
You know, we have given him 2 minutes to talk, and he has taken 20 minutes. But we are going to pardon him because he made sense in everything he said. Are we together? He said, we are individually wealthy, but collectively poor. And because we are always seeking our personal gain, that's why other people will look down on us. But today, we have agreed to come together as a people and forge ahead as a people. Thank you, Gaius Chibeze, for that presentation, that speech that turned into a presentation. Thank you. The last in this series, finally, we're going to welcome Engineer Mohammed Bini Abdulkadiri, who is standing here not his own capacity, but in the capacity of His Excellency, Senator Bala Mohammed, the Bauchi State Executive Governor. Please, let's put our hands together.
The chairman of the occasion, all other protocols respectively and duly observed. Good afternoon, everybody. I am here to represent His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Engineer Dr. Bala Abdulkadir, Kauran Bauchi, Kauran Dola Islamania, who is not able to attend this important occasion, but has directed me to tell this gathering that he is not physically here, but spiritually is here and will be here until the end of this session. He directed 3 commissioners from Bauchi State to attend this summit. One is already in Imo State, attending to another important occasion in Imo, which is almost in synergy with this gathering. So I'm here to read his speech on his behalf. Yeah, it is a pleasure and privilege for me to address this august gathering of captains of industry, local and international investors, the academia and the government officials on the auspicious occasion of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit. There is no gainsaying the fact that Southeast is an industrial hub and home of Nigeria's finest businessmen and women who have made Nigeria proud globally. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit 2024 is an initiative that will sustain and consolidate the legacies of Chief Ijeke Nyoku, Chief Francis Odo Nzeribi, Prince Odo Eze, and other prominent businessmen who have made their marks and shaped the economic landscape of the region. The summit cannot have come at a better time than now, when Nigeria and the world as a whole is facing economic difficulties. The major challenge is our traditional dependence on oil and our inability as a people to think out of the box and leverage on our God-given resources. Indeed, for us to make any progress, we have to think and act like Aristotle Graham Bell, Mao Zedong of China, and Abdurrahman Porter of Malaysia. As friends of the Southeast region, the government and people of Bauchi State are not only here to support our brothers in this laudable initiative, but to also follow your footprints and invite the good people of Southeast to come and invest in Bauchi State. The new Bauchi project is aimed at opening up the state to investors, investments in agriculture, ICT, solid minerals development, tourism and commerce, just to mention a few. As a state, we have developed a 10-year perspective plan. We have made investors-friendly policies, and we have provided modest infrastructure. We shall continue to do more until we record a much better standard of living for our people. To this end, we have received we have received to organize an investment summit within the first quarter of 2025. The primary goal of the summit is to initiate discussion on leverage on the Bauchi-State abundant natural and human resources. It is well-developed infrastructure and its conducive business environment to build a resilient and thriving economy. The slogan of the summit, Think Investment, Think Bauchi-State, is meant to forge partnership, stimulate innovation, and drive sustainable economic growth. The summit is therefore designed to underscore the unwavering commitment of the state to unlock the abundant potential and usher in an era of prosperity. The state is poised to becoming a beacon of hope and opportunity for investors, both locally and internationally. Bauchi State government is inviting participants at the Southeast Summit to Bauchi State Summit, whether as tourists or investors, to join us in building a nation that will emerge as an economic powerhouse and a technological marvel. Bauchi State, therefore, looks forward to welcoming you with open arms to the land of endless opportunities. In conclusion, on behalf of the governor, the good government, and good people of Bauchi State, I wish the industrial people of the Southeast a great and memorable business and investment summit and a happy new year in advance. Thank you and God bless. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the previous speaker for, in fact, completing the whole of the summit. If what he said is applied, then this summit is over.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that speech. It shows that we have friends across borders, and then that what we have decided to do, no one can stop us. Now we're going to officially go to the opening of the exhibition pavilion by the chairman of the occasion, no other than His Majesty Igwe Nemeka Chebe, the Abogidi Obi of Furniture. Please, as we rise, he leads to the exhibition. When we come back, then the Premium Business Conference session begins. Let's rise as we go support the chairman of the occasion to open the exhibition pavilion.
Okay, like I was saying, this is done. We are almost there. We've gotten money for the first phase of the project, and we're ready to go. What we're doing now is that we're opening this project to Ndibo everywhere, here and abroad. We're not talking abroad. We're talking about everywhere in the world. Ohaneze Ndibo has adopted this project before the PG died. And Mazi Samo Habua is the chairman of the Business Council of Ohaneze. Mazi, please come. Mazi, please come, please. So when I'm saying it will look like I'm the person doing it alone, I am not. They have supported and they are supporting. We must get this done. Now, if you look at everything you are seeing here, that's how it's going to be. It's going to be this way. Like I said, we have a license for a private investment, which we call Eastern University. We've done the processing from NUC. We are building the medical city. KPMG has done the study. KPMG Nigeria and KPMG India. And we have gotten Nigerian doctors. We're working on that. The logistics, DP World. We have gone into MOU with DP World. We're going to build rail. Yes. Okay. Yes. This is the oil and gas. This is the oil and gas section of the project. In fact, when we started this, we have a company in China that wants to do 200 hectares of land here and turn gas into methanol. Yeah, this is the oil and gas. This is the CBD. In fact, what we did with the CBD, we copied New York. We have 10 hectares of land as the Central Park. We're not going to build it up. That's what you're looking at here. Okay, these are the last industrial, yes, industrial this thing, yes. And what we're doing here in our planning regulation, that in the CBD, there's no building that be less than 15 floors. That's the planning order for the CBD. Yes. Now, please, this way. Yeah, this is the golf course. We have two international golf courses here. Yes. Then the entertainment city. This is the entertainment city. Now, we started this entertainment city with Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey in the US. In fact, we have been to Egypt with Steve Harvey. You know, the famous Steve Harvey. We were going to film Steve Harvey entertainment city in Africa. And we're looking at everything. We're looking at movie, music, sports, gambling, everything. You know, and if you look at how the city is, Aba is like 15 minutes. Port Harcourt is like 30 minutes. Owerri is like 20 minutes. Uyo is like 30 minutes. So we will draw populations from all those places. For everything, you must have something you like every time, you know. And this thing I say about the city, how we team the entertainment city, I said this is the world headquarters of the secret society of happy people. So it will be. Okay. Now this is the airport. This is the airport, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Please, can we clear the way?
You're welcome to our stand. My name is Dr. Pauline Nonya Obianoko. I am the State Coordinator, Raw Materials Research and Development Council. Raw Materials Research and Development Council is established to encourage the use of local resources in the establishment of industries within the countries. The way we say it here in the East is that when we establish industries based on what we have here, like here you have the agro raw materials, which you can process into shelf products. We struggle less with the trouble of the dollar and the importation of raw materials. So with these local raw materials and the mineral raw materials as exhibited there, you will find that there are enough resources here for us to establish industries here. And when you come to us, we give you ideas on what you can do to process these products into industrial shelf products. Yes, our local, these things can give you so many things, the starch, the pineapple, and all the juice that we can. So we can get a lot from our raw materials here. And we have ideas to help you do that. Thank you for coming.
FIT group. We're into residences, we're into healthcare, we're into Tech Hub, Convention Center. If you come to Hilly Residences along Enugu Port Harcourt Express. So that's what we do. We're in partnership with Lokman Hekim Hospital in Turkey. We refer patients where we take them to Turkey in a low for medical treatment. And we also do the residences.
So just 1 second. Okay? Just to introduce this. 1 second.
Hey, good afternoon all. Okay, my name is Najifeba Marachi. Okay, I work at Total Joy Creations and we construct clothes, fabrics, and male clothes, female clothes, children's clothes, and every accessory and the shoes and everything. We make all of them here in Enugu State at New Haven. So we came here to exhibit what we have made.
Thank you very much. Yes, no, you can see these ones.
Yeah, these are Facel Industry Limited. We produce natural food because we take care of those people that are suffering from high BP, sugar problem. Because of what we are seeing now, we decided to produce this. We have tea. We have avocado tea. We have lemongrass tea. We have moringa tea. We have guava tea. We have tea that take care of people, especially shop tea. It's very good for those suffering from post-stress. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You're welcome to Justino stand. Here we have fish, dried fish, processed from my farm. You have abacha, locally made abacha, processed from my farm. And then you have beans flour, Barbara nuts flour, zobo, and you have the one we call Oda, and then nutmeg.
Thank you very much. Actually, SEBIS is encouraging all this to be exported. The moment we package it very well, it can bring in a lot of revenue for us. Yes. So, okay, madam, we give you 1 minute.
Yeah. You're welcome, Your Royal Highness. Yeah. So here is the agro section of Real Mega Projects. Mostly we process and export. Here you see dried obaka. And when you get it, you just soak it, it turns to the natural form. And here is cocoyam, dried, all neatly done. This is mushroom, oyster mushroom, that is for health. And here is turmeric. All these things we farm them. So we have turmeric, which we use as spices. We have we also farm rice, and this is a sample of our rice. This is cassava, and this is fresh mushroom.
Thank you very much, madam. Okay, so lastly, yes.
Good afternoon, Igwe. My name is Onye Esomonu E. I'm the CEO of Non-Yuki Nigeria Limited. We are into fish farming, processing, and reproduction. We are into farming. We produce farm crops and process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for her. Right.
Igwe and his entourage. Igwe got in the room, baby. I am Mrs. Chinelude Roslyn. Tina Como Ventures. We are into skin products. The perfumes are not here. And into farming and production of food items like osensuka, dried cocoyam for making achicha, popularly known in Igbo, achicha. Then zobo for zobo tea. Then dried beans for making moi moi and fish. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This is what.
Igwe ahụ gị iru taa. Ogo Ona Agro Farms. Cashew nut ka ị na-eme. Okpeyi Nsụka. Original honey. Opi Nsụka. Achịcha. And yellow pepper. No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Yes, 1 minute.
Igwe, good afternoon, His Highness and the entourage. This is Gozil palm oil and honey. This is the original palm oil, very fresh and tasty, and original honey, pure honey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Igwe, no. I'm into fish farming. We farm this fish, catfish, then we do smoke-free oven drying. That is what you have here, smoke-free oven dried fish. You can have a look at it. Igwe, you can have a look at the smoke-free oven dried fish. It's ready to use. You don't need to wash it. No sand, no smoke on it. We also have oats. This is oat swallow, and these are the oat cereal for drinking. Yes. No, not local. Oats is not grown here, it's imported. It's the packaging that is localized.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, what do you have here? Quickly.
I'm representing Dr. Rose. This is for animals. She usually manufacture everything for animals. And this one is zobo, namely for this is sweetened zobo and non-sweetened zobo. And this one is soap, neem soap, that you use to bath. It's for family bath. And black soap, that is also good for enlightening your body.
Thank you very much.
Madam, you look beautiful with this your exhibition.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is Dr. Ngozi Nwekwo Foundation. We engage ourselves in training the vulnerable, especially women and youths. Free training on these skills. We have about 7 departments in the foundation. Just this one is for arts and crafts. We have food and nutrition. We have bead making. We have paint making. We have fashion and designing. We have cosmetology. So we will be in full tomorrow, but this is arts and crafts. Just one section of the foundation. So these are the things we teach.
The question is whether this is locally made. Is this the bead? This bead. This bead is locally made.
No, not the raw material, the parts.
Can it be manufactured here? Oh. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Just a second. Quickly. Oh yeah, now, just 1 second.
Igwe, Alusa. My name is Favor Madoba, and our company name is Salak Great Ventures. We process tiger nut drinks, soy milk. We have a new product we call Nature Mix, and we produce it with pineapple, carrots, beetroot, and so on. And we make this for occasions, weddings, traditional marriages, and all that. And we are hoping in future to have a factory based here in the East, by the grace of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Majesty, this is one of our partners, the Were Chamber of Commerce Industry. So the DG of the chamber, just 2 minutes.
DG with the Chamber of Commerce Industry and Agriculture. Igwe, this is basic engineering company. We are producers of agro-processing equipment, automated gari processing equipment, cassava processing equipment, even dredger, sand dredging machine. In fact, we compete with Chinese equipment. So we have a lot of whatever agro-processing equipment you need. Sir. Rice farming equipment. Whatever agro-processing equipment, we can produce it. We compete with China. We are based in Owerri. A member of Owerri Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. Basic engineering company. An award winner from the federal government of Nigeria on agro-processing equipment. God bless you.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, so what do you have here for us? 1 minute.
Okay, Your Majesty, I used to be your son. At my young age of 32, I was at Anambra, at Onitsha, practicing industrial management. I set up so many factories in Awada before my state government recalled me to Port Harcourt. So I'm now coming. I came in from Port Harcourt today. My name is Dr. Jaja, Jaja of the King Jajaji family. So, in all of this, it will end in one thing: money. It will end in money. So we have what we call unsecured fund from our partners in Indonesia and so on. This money is up to $30 million US, unsecured. But there's a way we secure it. Nobody will give you 30 million US dollars without finding a way to manage it. So we use what we call SPV. SPV account is where two companies can come together to manage the fund for them. They will appoint a company in Nigeria to join the company taking the money in what we call SPV, Special Purpose Vehicle. They will manage the fund. So it's up to 30 million US dollar, not more. Well, but we have the one up to 500 million US dollar. That one, too much grammar. You have to get an SBLC. You have to get BG for that. Currently, we are doing a cement factory at Ebonyi State, Ishielu local government, for 500 million US dollar right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry. Yes. So, who are these? Kutix. Igwe Gadi. Yeah, Kutis. All right. So it's not about Kutis. Can we not talk about that? That's right. Your Royal Majesty, this is one of our main partners, Empower. Of course, it represents a very, very critical component of our industrial activities in the southeast. So, yes, the GM will talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Your Majesty. Good afternoon. My name is Barrister Uche Mado MSc. I'm the General Manager, Empower Free Trade Zone. Yes, Empower Free Trade Zone is the pioneer free zone entire Southeast. It stands by the NEBZA, National Economic Zones Authority. So licensed in 2015 by the President. So we'll be here. We have 2 sites. That's one at the 9th mile, up to 440-something hectares of land, spanning through Nsude and Eke axis. Then we also have another branch at the airport, at the end of the runway. That was about 40 hectares. So what we normally do, or what is supposed to be our business, is that companies will come in, we provide the enabling environment, whereby they can set up, produce, bring in their raw materials duty-free, then add values, then and export. So it's a way of encouraging the economy of the Southeast, and that's exactly what we are looking forward to, so that the Southeast will be the hub, the economic hub of this country. So though we are trying to survive, there are so many challenges like every other endeavor, but we are hoping someday, somehow, it will be taken care of. Your Majesty, thank you.
Thank you very much, Empower GM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we are done. We are done for the exhibition inspection. There's one outstanding, Your Majesty. No. Let them see them. Look, my brother, this man is tired. Where is it outside? Your Royal Majesty. We get there. Okay, so let's see Oma Motors. What's the problem?
Take it easy now. I'm going to do something and you just...
Who is going to do something?
He was going to talk and look at this.
No. Just go. No. We can still come back and do that. Okay. Where is the person? Okay, sorry about that, All right.
We're involved in the development of control systems, intelligent control systems, In fact, the way we function, if you tell us what you want us to control, whether it's automotive, whether it's biomedical or whatever, we have a solution to it. This is a quadcopter. Tomorrow, since we are presenting on the screen, you see it fly. We can make it fly here, but it might be risky, but energize it. So this can travel altitudes. Really, there are limitations because at the level we are, these blades and the motor may not give us the premium altitude we need. With a GPS, you can send it to a location, it goes to the location. If we give it claws, it can pick up an item from the location and get back to you. Can install a camera, it picks up information and sends back to you. This is a waste bin, automated. When you come around it, it opens. It's solar panel, it's solar control. It opens, allows you to dump things. The moment it gets filled up, because there's something that senses, you know, the height of what you're dumping, it quickly calls whoever is the responsibility to come and pick up, you know, the bin. Now we have this fish pond control system that monitors the parameters of a fish pond down to pH, right, and so on, and can actually on its own give you what you want, so that physical presence may not really be needed, especially when you have it large. And it can also call upon you, it can give an alarm and tell you what the problem is, even when it's going to take care of it. We have further, no, we have a lot. We have this inverter, we can make it 100 kVA, which means it can control an estate. We did all this here. We have a lot more things. This one is the IoT-based air quality monitoring system. As we are here, it monitors the air quality, level of carbon monoxide, level of carbon dioxide, even gases that are not supposed to be here. It can as well monitor, you know, when there's a leakage in your kitchen and do the needful. As a quadcopter, as a solar inverter. We have so many things. You have GSM controlled industrial process. You can use GSM in your place and control a process, any part of the world. You know, and we have things on biomedics.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Which other?
Yeah.
You understand? I told you I go above you. I told you, why are you changing this? You have to go. You will just stop to everybody at once.
So, but yes, I don't know. You have to intervene on this. He needs to inspect the Kojo motors, but they are saying that he should have a press briefing here now with the press center. Okay. No. So, you got this seat with him, is that right? Or he sits?
Okay, okay, okay.
My platform, Voice of the East, we make employ over 20 persons. So are you with different platforms? Naming the man employed. So yeah, you need to that. Oye choi roar, koru di koya we ka you war koya andaro. Because there is no region that can be developed without economic development. Which is why I am calling on every Igbo youth. Wherever you are, remember that this is your father's land. Any good thing you see anywhere,
bring it home.
Bring it back home, because us on the Igbo get developed for Aligbo. Nobody is coming from anywhere to develop Aligbo for us.
We go do it.
It is our responsibility, so we must lead the way in terms of development. So wherever you are, always know that it is your responsibility to bring whatever good thing that you have seen elsewhere into Aligbo. So all you need.
Okay, that's who goes here. You tell me I magazine, I see Abuja, where we are working National Assembly. So I say I like it in equal. Makayima now we can and wasn't a moving by DJ Mini. I know the local.
Make a promise about that. I may be because you get a movie na Voice of the East.
And I
watch bus go na YouTube. Yes. Send your link out to my manager. Okay, na Akedu app.
Okay.
So Kandi Bonini no everywhere and around the world.
Okay.
They will have to see it through our platform.
I'm going to know December. I'm going to event in Chalima.
One many invites. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Number. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Welcome to the Southeast Business and Investment Summit. I just finished on stage where I gave a speech about why we must rebuild Aligbo and how the rebuilding of Aligbo is to be led by Ndigbo. So I just talked about some of the opportunities that exist in the Southeast. I talked about some of the challenges, and I also gave some solutions that I think is the way forward for Ndigbo. As a people, we are great people. But like I said on stage, this greatness has not reflected on our homeland. And I think it is time for this greatness to reflect. I think it is time for this greatness to reflect. So this is why this summit is the reason I traveled all the way from the United States of America. And I said, it is time to come back home and talk to our people. As a person, I have been investing in the Southeast. I have no other investment anywhere in Nigeria than the Southeast. Why? Because I believe not just in the Akulun or mantra, but I also believe that it is only Ndigbo that will lead the development of Aligbo. So no matter what it is, no matter where you are, no matter what you're hearing about the Southeast, it is only people that are from the Southeast that must lead the charge, that must develop our land. Wherever you are, whatever you see that is good somewhere else, you must think of bringing it back to Aligbo. There is no how that if each one of us contributes our small quarter to the development of Aligbo, in the next 10 years, there's no how we won't see massive difference. What has happened is that the Southeast has been neglected for so long. So people who probably don't have the interest of the Southeast, it is time for every son and daughter of Aligbo to ask themselves, what can I do to take Aligbo from where it is right now, where it is almost becoming a laughing stock. Aligbo is almost becoming a laughing stock. Our people have invested, our people have developed so many other parts of the world. But when you come home, it doesn't look like where these great people that we see on the media, where they come from. So in all, what I am saying is that the time has come for us to rebuild Aligbo. We must invest in infrastructure, we must invest in education, we must invest in tech, and we must invest in everything that will bring development to Aligbo. Thank you so much, Voice of the East. Yeah,
Please.
that will change a whole lot of things. We need a lot of investments. We need a lot of industrialization happening across the region. And the people are known to be very industrious, very commercially inclined, but unfortunately it does not reflect in the region. Like one of the speakers rightfully said, that we are collectively poor, but very rich on individual level. But we need to improve on that. And that is what SEBIS, in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, the Enyimba City, and so on and so forth, are working towards to. We need to have a one-stop shop where investment opportunities will funnel into the region. We need to begin to see the region just like it was during the time of M.I. Akbara, when the region was ranked as the fastest growing economy in the world. We achieved this through purposeful leadership, and we can still achieve that with purposeful leadership. And so what SEBIS has come to bring is to bridge the gap between the government, the people, the private sector, the foreign investments, and every stakeholder that will be required to drive economic development in the region. So the event is just to hit the ground running, to tell the world that the Southeast is ready. We are more than ready to welcome investments. We are more than ready to embrace development. And with all of this, we are very hopeful that it will activate total industrial revolution and, of course, provide job opportunity, which will eventually reduce the insecurity that is affecting the region. So these are the things that we are going to be taking away in this 3-day event of Southeast Business and Investment Summit. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we take our seats? Can we come back to our seats? Everywhere you are within this hall, please can you come back to your seats? We are about to go into the Premier Business Conference session. Premier Business Conference session. Please, wherever you are, if you're in the exhibition stand, please come to your seats. If you're anywhere else outside this hall, please come back to your seat. This is the reason, the main thing. Can we come back to our seats, please? All exhibition stands are closed. All exhibition stands are closed. Can you come back to your seats, please? So for the panel session, it's going to be chaired by Ambassador Dr. God knows Bolade Igali, CON. He's an expert on economic diplomacy and has served 10 Nigerian economic. Finido person on the panel. Please, let's have some.
Every day, every night.
Time travel certified.
Dr. Gali on Zoom so we can start.
Wanna know what's more important? Throwing away money at a strip club. Credit.
Time travel certified.
No, you cannot lease car in America unless you've been here a long time. Because then you don't have credit, okay? If you got good credit, you can buy anything. We don't care about money, we want credit. I said, well, credit is the assumption that you can pay back the money. It's like, no, that don't count here, okay? In our country, you have good credit, you can buy anything.
Time travel certified. travel certified.
You cannot lease car in America unless you've been here a long time. Because then you don't have credit, okay? If you got good credit, you can buy anything. You don't care about money.
Presentation. But what I promise is that everybody will get a detailed copy of the presentation, including all the annexures that I couldn't even put in the presentation. Right. Well, the structure of my presentation is simply to talk about the current state of MSME development in the region, and then the regional approach. I work with ECOWAS Commission as a consultant. And in fact, when me and Ogamazi Ohabuwa were discussing, in the year 2000, we both, among some of you, we attended a conference in Nike Lake Hotel where I presented the regional strategy, economic strategy for Southeast, and talked about the famous mile superhighway. And I debriefed the governor of the Enugu state on how it could be this regional framework. And as a matter of fact, in fairness to them, the governor started meeting. They had the first meeting, second meeting, third meeting. After that, it collapsed. No, I'm making a presentation. After the presentation, I'll sit down and we'll talk. So today, we are just reminiscing on the 23 years that have passed. So it has been 23 years of searching for where to domicile a partnership of private sector, state government, federal government, and all the others in delivering and building an institutional framework for delivering on these mandates. And we need to, apart from that, develop the strategy, develop the MSME charter, which we did in ECOWAS. What I did in ECOWAS, which is only 5 years, was to develop a regional private sector development strategy, and then followed up to develop MSME strategy, and then developed MSME charter. Now this charter is charter of governance, MSME governance across the region. So it gives rights which will guide the governance of various member states. So it's applicable to what we are trying to do. The region private sector development. Now, Southeasterners. We have 42 million MSMEs in Nigeria. And we have 90 million MSMEs in Africa. It's actually 48%. Compared to our population in Africa is only 18%. Our GDP in Africa has actually dropped from 18 to about 15% or even less. So what that tells you is that entrepreneurship is a latent comparative advantage for Nigeria. And we know that there are 17 million Nigerians in the diaspora, and we know they bring in anything between $25 and $26 billion. You don't need any soothsayer to tell you that Southeasterners are overrepresented in all of these categories. Because once you leave the shores of Africa, Nigeria, you have the dominant Southeast businesses anywhere in the world. And I hear people saying that anywhere you go to and you don't see a Southeast businessman, then leave that country because it's not going to be good for business. So the fact is that we as a people have that talent, but we are severely limited. Not only we are disappointed by the lack of coordination between states, the lack of alignment of policies, and the lack of some kind of unity of purpose to be able to build a coherent structure and support system to enable our businesses to flourish. But they are actually flourishing in some respect. But we could do more because we inherited a culture that says build schools. And we have them in thousands, but not build skills. It is in the entrepreneurship side that they are building skills. That's why they are very successful. But we need to make sure that looking forward, that we should actually insist that people in elementary, secondary should have about 2 core skills, 2 vocational skills in addition to whatever it is they want to study. Because that is what actually builds, where they build their foundation. So limited access to credit, formal credit, is a key issue that is locking us down. And we have to do more about it. And I'm sure we have a lot of people in this industry that will work together to develop some of the recommendations. Then we have, the business environment is very hostile. Because if you look at the World Bank ease of doing business, you notice that even though we are highly entrepreneurial, that we score last in most of the indicators of the World Bank ease of doing business. Our registry is lowest. Our construction ease of getting construction permit is among the lowest. Our litigation on title, all the indicators we are in the 3rd quartile, the 4th quartile. So it also means that we have to up our game. I couldn't understand why many of the states are performing better than our southeast states in some of those parameters that are used to measure the ease of doing business. So we still have work to do there. Construction permits, litigation on title, the multiple taxation, business registration, and even when you want to do construction, to obtain construction permit, some could take you months to obtain. So they are inhibiting the ease of doing business. Then we also have the dominance of informal financing mechanisms in our community. And some of these informal financing sources include credit unions such as Friends and Family, and they dominate the MSME financial landscape. So we will have to find ways in which we are going to have to formalize some of this. We have the high cost of borrowing, which is not very secure, and it's even worse now because our MPR rates have gone up to 27.5%, and we are in a very, very hostile macroeconomic environment where the central bank, which I do represent, is hiking rates and hiking rates. And we cannot see immediately when those rates will come down, maybe sometime next year, towards the 2nd quarter of next year. Now, the strategy that I have done for ECOWAS, a copy of them will be available. So if we have a committee that we now develop our own fashion, I have the copy. I have the highlights, which would have been in the presentation, the highlights of the key issues, key areas in the document. And then also, the charter itself is really comprehensive, absolutely comprehensive. Again, working with Dr. Ifed and some of the groups, we will sit down and meet with some of the states. We can't do this without the states having a buy-in, because when we did this, for over 5 years, we had to go around the whole ECOWAS countries, and then we have to have the meetings. It's so much meetings and meetings so that they can buy in, they can have a buy-in and own this strategy and charter, and they can run with it. So it's very, very important. But you've done a great job, because you have ab initio been reaching out to all constituencies. So you've actually done 50% of the job. Now, if we can work with the Southeast Development Committee, then it gives us that formal federal and state framework, and then all the processes and all the strategy we have developed and the charter and all of those can now fit into their work program. But at the same time, we as private sector will continue to do other things, because you cannot allow the pace of our development agenda to be dictated by that. And then also don't forget that when you have the likes of UNIDO and some development partners, they're actually very, very interested to work with us. So there will be a lot of energy coming from them. And I have been working with this community for over 16 of them that have been consultant to World Bank, ADB, UNIDO. I've worked with most of them. They want to engage, but they like to see that overarching structure that is supported by federal government and state governments are in place. But then we continue to deliver our things through their corridors. Sorry, I'm just trying to get right. Now, what are the key recommendations? Well, just 1 minute. I want to get to the key recommendations. Now, the innovative financing options we are recommending. One is venture capital financing. The venture capital firms can provide equity financing to MSMEs in the Southeast region, enabling them to scale up their operation. We have tech hubs, we have private equity and digital platforms, mobile money, cryptocurrencies, all of that. But remember that we are talking about at a regional scale. We do have a national scale, but we are talking about a regional scale. Then we have crowdfunding. We need to also have crowdfunding platforms that can provide MSMEs in the Southeast region with access to a very large pool of investors, reducing their reliance on traditional financing sources. Then peer-to-peer lending. Peer-to-peer lending has been with us for, from time immemorial. But again, we can formalize peer-to-peer lending platforms and can use that to provide the MSMEs in the Southeast with access to affordable credit facilities and then reducing their borrowing. Then factoring and invoice discounting. Now don't ignore that, because in a contract culture like us, you get owed money by government, but the factoring and discounting can actually release 80% of that money so that you can continue to trade while waiting for somebody buys up, and then you release his cash to you, and then you continue to trade. Then we also have leasing and asset. We have an economy where we deal with 100% cash. You want to buy a car, 100% cash. You want to buy a house, 100% cash. And I have spoken many times on the television about the Tinubu's administration wanting to use credit explosion. So the idea is this: if you look at Innocent, let's say he produces 2,000 cars a day, a month, a year. Say 10,000 cars. Now, if you have a credit that focuses on financing the cars that are being made, so you can walk in with 20% of the deposit, and the finance, that 80% drops to Innocent. Now, do you know the effect? He can now increase his production from 10,000 cars a year to 100,000 cars a year, because the financing of the balance is coming from the compared to 400,000 cars we import from Cotonou, second-hand cars, 400,000. And if one car costs $10,000, we are spending $4 billion importing second-hand cars. So I have spoken to various government ministers to say, let us apply this because the CBN is withdrawing financial intervention funds. So the SMEs are having issues now. So, but if you can target this credit to those manufacturers, and I just gave this as an example, you can increase his capacity tenfold and then save our country $4 billion in importing second-hand cars. And after 2 years, you can take back that car and trade it back with another newer brand. So you now end up creating far more jobs in the community, empowering him to do 10 times more production, and then saving us all the foreign exchange. We have also climate financing, green bonds, diaspora bonds, and one of the speakers talked about the fact that the diaspora remittance is not hitting our region. That's the challenge for all of us. But this is something that the committee is going to have to work on. What kind of bond are we going to go for? Diaspora bond that will address the interests of our diaspora people so that they can invest in projects that are within our region. That is a challenge, and it's not insurmountable, but it's a very, very important challenge that we need to address. Then there's also innovation funds that fund knowledge transfer partnerships. Now, I'm working on that side, where we now, because we notice that some of the development partners are preferring to engage in knowledge transfer partnership because people are walking back from grants. So that is an area that we can get a lot of support from. Then there is also the use of incentive risk sharing for agricultural lending. You remember that? We had that with NISAL at one time. But we are using that in a project that I'm doing nationwide, which is based in Southeast, where we are using the same kind of mechanism for funding. And some of the development partners, like I think I also see USAID looking into that direction. They are beginning to look at, they don't want to give you the money directly, but to risk the lending itself so that you can access the funding. So there are, those thinking are going on, and some of these are coming out. Then we have technology-enhanced funding mechanisms, such as mobile banking, digital currencies, and crowdfunding. All of those are funding options that we can explore. And we have people that are in the industry that we can work with and ensure that we can get some traction there. Now, recommendations. First recommendation is, let us develop and fine-tune a Southeast MSME strategy, develop the MSME charter, and then develop innovative financing plans, all documented. This can take only 2 weeks in terms of the paperwork, but the consultation will take quite a bit of time because we still need to get the buy-in of all the stakeholders. But that job is actually done because I have the document, it's done already. But you still have to tear it down and then negotiate that with other stakeholders. The second one, of course, is the establishment of a regional development bank. Again, the establishment of a regional development bank can provide MSMEs in the Southeast region with access to affordable credit facilities and other financial services. And we do have, I was looking for Ms. Chime, I didn't see her here, but she is already in the infrastructure bank. And then we have BOI, we have Development Bank of Nigeria, we have AFCC. These guys can partner with our regional bank, the development bank, to access some of their own lending facilities. And there are also multilateral development banks that can talk to us and give us what they are giving to BOI. BOI is our wash with money, no doubt. Then we have the creation of venture capital fund. Is the fourth recommendation, creation of a venture capital fund, which we will see provide the MSMEs with access to equity financing, very important, and then enabling them to scale up their operations. Then the fifth one is development of crowdfunding regulatory framework. Yes, we have to develop a regulatory framework for that. And just like the SEC is doing for cryptocurrency. So we will have to develop a regulatory framework to regulate them and formalize them. It's a very important way that we have been raising funding, but we have to formalize those. Then the other one is establishment of a regional financial inclusion strategy. Yeah, we can do that. And we've been doing that in Central Bank anyway, but we have to look at it as a region because every region have their peculiarities. We have to look at how we can increase financial inclusion in our area. I think I'm going to have to stop here, but the future looks very, very bright. I'm so happy with all the things that I had today, and I'm sure that I've offered my services. I work with Ifedi. I like the way he's going about this, and I know that we will get there sooner than later. Thank you so much.
Can we please give our keynote presenter, Mr. Kenife, a warmer round of applause, please. A warmer round of applause. What he has done is to quickly talk to his topic, which is enhanced capital inflow and innovative financing for micro, small, medium enterprises growth and development in Southeast Nigeria. For those of us who paid attention, I'm sure that there are so many takeaways. But before we get into the actual discussion, I think it's important that we quickly, taking cognizance of the time constraints, invite Dr. Ruben Bamidele, of the who is the National Program Officer of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, to also give us a synopsis of his own presentation, right?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, mine is going to be quite short to provide opportunity for discussion. I called my own presentation UNIDO offer. That is, what does UNIDO bring to the table? First and foremost, I'd like to create some background for those who may not know who we are. That UNIDO's mandate is essentially to promote, dynamize, and accelerate industrial development. As you all know, industrial development is taking place here already in the southeast, but UNIDO's mandate is to further promote it, to accelerate it and dynamize it. And UNIDO's mandate is enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goal number 9. Out of all the SDGs, UNIDO's mandate is directly targeted at SDG 9, which is about building infrastructure, innovation, and sustainable industrialization. And as we may know, all the SDGs are interlinked, meaning that we contribute to a number of others, but SDG 9 is central to UNIDO. The vision of UNIDO is a world without poverty and hunger, and where industry drives low-emission economies, improves the living standard of the people, and preserve the livable environment for present and future generations, and also leaving no one behind. The idea of leaving no one behind is about inclusion. So the women, the children, the vulnerable members of the society have to be taken on board while promoting industrial development. So UNIDO provides support to its 173 member states through 4 mandated functions. The first one is what we call technical cooperation. That is where we develop programs and projects with member states and subnational entities in those countries. Then we also provide support in the area of action-oriented research and policy advisory. And of course, normative standards, related activities, and we foster partnership for knowledge and technology transfer. Our work in UNIDO is concentrated on 3 focus areas based on the vision that I mentioned earlier on, which is number 1, ending hunger. Number 2 is to stop climate breakdown. And then number 3, to support sustainable supply chains. Now, in terms of technical cooperation, we have what we call the Program for Country Partnership, which I made mention of in my Google message earlier today. So the Program for Country Partnership is all about promoting and accelerating inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And its main attribute include the fact that the Program for Country Partnership, in short PCP, it is driven by the government. Government takes the driving seat, but with the large participation of the private sector and the international financial institutions. So the PCP we have for Nigeria, like I mentioned, will be implemented until the end of 2028. And the scope is the entire country, Nigeria, federal and states, including the Southeast region. The budget of this PCP is about $174 million. And the funding mechanism is that about 14.3% of this budget is expected from the federal government. That is the pledge of government, while the balance will be mobilized from other sources. UNIDO is not a funding organization. We are not a bank. We are not a donor. What UNIDO does is to provide technical assistance, and I'll get into this going forward. This PCP, that is the Program for Country Partnership, has 6 priority areas or 6 components. The first one is called Industrial Policy and Strategic Governance. Second one is Value Chains Development. The third is Startups, MSME Development, Innovation Science and Technology, and Digital Economy. The fourth one is called Special Economic Zones, Industrial Parks, Industrial Clusters, and Investment Promotion. And the fifth is called Sustainable Energy Development and Environmental Management. The last but not the least component or priority area is what is called Trade Capacity Building and the AFCFTA. Now, taking them one by one in a brief. Industrial policy and strategic governance provides a framework for UNIDO to support Nigeria and the subnational, the states, in the formulation and implementation of industrial policies. We can provide support for industrial research and statistics. Prof, in his address, told us about the number of MSMEs in the country. But UNIDO, for example, is interested in what we call the NCCIB, National Census on Industries and Businesses in the country. How many MSMEs? What sectors are they in? How many people are they employing? What are they producing? And on and on. Those are the things we're interested in. And it may interest you to note that Nigeria currently does not have an industrial policy. Country, we don't have a living industrial policy. An industrial policy is not about a roadmap, industrial roadmap for the country. Meanwhile, on the basis of the Nigeria Industrial Revolution Plan and the National Development Plan of the country, we have supported a number of states, but I will focus on those that are in the southeast. The UNIDO has provided support in formulating industrial policy for them. The first one we did was with Ebonyi State. Ebonyi has an industrial policy. We deal with Abia. Abia State has an industrial policy. We did for Imo State. Imo State has an industrial policy. And between now and end of 2028, we can work more with the other 2 states in formulating an industrial roadmap for them, or industrial policy, and then working with them on the implementation of the policies. The second component on value chains development has to do with how to help Nigeria actualize its dream of diversifying away from oil and gas. So we are focusing primarily on 2 sectors, which are agriculture and minerals. As we all know, agric is playing key roles in Nigeria's economy. Agriculture accounts for over 20% of the GDP. Agriculture is still a major employer of labor in Nigeria. And on, even foreign exchange earning. And you know, the federal government in its diversification agenda has come up with the mineral sector also. So we have our program focused on agriculture and minerals in the area of value chains development. In the southeast region, we have only worked in the past in the oil palm sector. We were at Ada Palm, and the plan that time with former Minister of Commerce and Industry was to revamp Ada Palm in two ways, at least. One way is to revamp the palm oil processing potential that Ada Palm had. Second one that we noticed was that the oil palm trees in Ada Palm were already old. There was the need to cut them down and to replant new varieties of a very high yield. But it's not just in cutting down these oil palm trees. We came up with the possibility of processing the oil palm trunks into choice furniture. Then we're talking about EDS, Ecology Diversity Synergy. There is a company, a technology from Japan that was ready to partner with the country in actualizing this as of that time. The third component of the Program for Country Partnership, the PCP, that is the startups, MSME development, innovation, science and technology, and digital economy. As you all know, micro, small, and medium enterprises anywhere in the world form the backbone of the economy. In Nigeria, it cannot be otherwise. Over 40 MSMEs in Nigeria, but how are they doing? They need support in a number of areas. Also, the importance of digitalization today, artificial intelligence. How can we deploy all this into manufacturing and development of MSMEs in the country? So, in the time past, you need to establish what we call Common Facility Center for Leather and Garments in Aba. The idea as of that time was to enhance the quality of the products that they were making in that cluster, area cluster and other places. In the early 2000s, we had come into Abadan and found truck loaded with what they produce in that cluster, maybe being shipped to Central African Republic, but you wouldn't find made in Nigeria on these shoes. You find made in Italy, made in Brazil, and on, because Nigerians were not proud to patronize these made in Nigeria goods and services. Government have been at the national level as what they call the Buy Nigeria program. But Nigerians wouldn't just subscribe to Buy Nigeria if the minimum quality threshold they are looking for are not gotten from those products. So the center was meant to provide central equipment that these entrepreneurs could not afford individually, build their capacity. They can also engage in bulk purchase of raw materials, and of course, even in export of their goods and services. That was done for the leather and garment entrepreneurs. The fourth one, special economic zones, industrial parks, industrial clusters, and investment promotion has become very, very important because of the weak industrial infrastructure status of the country. Industries, firms are scattered all over the place. they are complaining about the same thing everywhere. So can we localize them somewhere? Can zones be created where they can locate together and these utilities can be provided? Can they engage in bulk purchase of raw materials I mentioned earlier on? Can they have a free zone status that will enhance export of whatever they produce in the parks or zones? So these are some of the things, consideration, and this leads me to the component on sustainable energy development and environmental management. One other major advantage of clusters, parks, and zones is the promotion of circular economy. Linear production is fading out globally. What is in vogue, if you must have green industries, is circular economy. The waste of a particular firm or industry becomes raw material for another. So wastes are reduced to the barest minimum. We organized a study tour to Ethiopia, I think it was 2018, for the Minister of Industry, Dr. Enelama. We took him and his team to Awasa Industrial Park in Ethiopia. Awasa Industrial Park at full operation will employ about 86,000 people. It's a textile and garment park. 86,000. Awasa Industrial Park is a zero liquid discharge park. That is what we mean by environmental sustainability. So, in terms of sustainable energy development, UNIDO promotes 4 sources of renewable energy. One of such sources is small hydro power. There is hardly any community in this region that does not have a flowing river that can be annexed for power generation. Either a flowing stream or river or a dam. We have done a number of pilots across the country. We did a 30 kilowatts in Enugu State here. I don't know how to pronounce it, at Mbowo many years ago. Many years. 30 kilowatts. We did 150 kilowatts at the Wire Dam in Bauchi State. We did 400 kilowatts at the Mambila Plateau in Taraba State. Up till now, it supports the Island Tea Factory at the Mambila Plateau. We have a small hydro power center established by UNIDO based in Abuja. UNIDO has trained Nigerian engineers from Nasene and Proda in Enugu here under a suite company on how to manufacture small hydro power turbines. And we are doing quite a number of other interventions in the area of small hydro power development. We want to install at least 6 small hydro power plants in the 6 geopolitical zones under a project currently funded by the EU. The second source of renewable energy that we promote is biomass energy. Nigeria is an agrarian economy. Agro wastes are generated all over the place. They are not wastes, but good feedstock for energy generation. The first of its kind UNIDO attempted to do is in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi is known for rice milling. UNIDO did this resource assessment study, and we found out that we could generate 5 megawatts of electricity from the husk generated in Abakaliki. But the state scaled it down to 1.5, which they've not completed up to now. We did a study for Ogun State and Ondo State, 9 local governments, 4 in Ogun State and 5 in Ondo State, in the sawmill clusters. From these 9 local government areas, we estimated 27 megawatts that can be generated. What this means is that as we build parks, develop zones, we can factor renewable energy into all this so that the parks and zones don't have to depend on external source for energy, source of energy to operate. The third renewable energy is solar, and of course the fourth is wind energy. Then aspect of environmental sustainability, I've talked about it. Issues in green industries, issues in climate change mitigation and adaptation, issues in circular economy, and on and on. Those are what we do under sustainable energy management. And of course, the last but not the least, which is trade capacity building and the FCFTA. If Nigeria will not be a dumping ground under the FCFTA, we need to build capacity locally. Trade capacity building is all about building trust for trade. How can we make the Nigerian public desire to consume or buy made in Nigeria goods and services, products? How can the products that are manufactured in Nigeria access international market? So that is what trade capacity building is all about. And we've done a project funded by the EU in the past. In Enugu here, under that project, the National Meteorology Institute was built in Enugu here. So going forward, what can we say? That is the strategies for advancing industrial development in the Southeast under the Program for Country Partnership, that we can do a state-by-state approach, as we have been doing up until now. Each state in the region can partner with UNIDO one-on-one. Another approach is a regional approach, where under this new initiative, the Southeast region can come together and jointly partner with UNIDO in some specific areas where you like us to work with you to intervene. And of course, the third one is to say that whatever is done nationally in the country, whatever should come to the Southeast, we will not shy away from bringing it. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bamidele, for warming closing statement. I hope we all heard him, that whatever will come to the Southeast, that he's assuring us that he will make sure that it comes to Southeast from UNIDO. On that note, can we please give him a warmer round of applause? A warmer round of applause. Thank you. First, I thank Professor Ken Ife for the lead presentation, and I thank Dr. Bamidele for bringing us the institutional perspective on how to unlock this issue in Southeast economy. Let us quickly discuss few comments. Dr. Bamidele, I would like you to directly link your presentation to Professor Ken's keynote and tell us specifically how Southeast can benefit from UNIDO with respect to our MSMEs, specifically.
Thank you, Prof. I said there are three strategies or approaches that can be adopted. One is a state-by-state approach. That is, each of the 5 states in the region can engage with UNIDO to develop MSMEs. Second is that we can do a regional approach where the entire 5 states will develop an initiative that takes care of the need of the region on MSME development. And of course, the third one is that whatever is done at the national level, of course, the Southeast region will not be excluded. Now, let me shed more light on this. The way we work is that we cannot just come and begin to implement anything in any of the states without what we call a project document. If we agree we are going to work together, we need to clearly articulate what it is I want to do. Maybe in Enugu State or in any of the eastern states or in the region as a whole. So what we want to do, we have agreed to do together. What we need to partner with you to achieve is clearly articulated in a project document with the log frame. What is the outcome or the overall goal you want to achieve? What is the outcome? What are the outputs to be delivered? What are the activities that we need to implement to deliver on those outputs? Who are the key stakeholders that will be collaborating with and implementing this initiative? Who are the target beneficiaries of this particular project or initiative? What is the budget that is required to implement this initiative or this project? What is the funding source? Where is it coming from? Is it from the federal government? Is it from SEBIS, for example? Is it from Enugu State government, Abia State government? Is it from the European Union? Is it a combination of funding support from various sources? Okay, because we can leverage funds from different sources to implement a project. So it is when we have a project document which the state or the region has agreed, there's a consensus on the content of that project document that have been formulated, that it is satisfactory to the state or the region and UNIDO, that we can then pass it to our management. We call them the operations committee for approval. The moment it is approved, the next thing is to go into implementation. That's how it is. And coming back to MSMEs, their challenges are many. So is it the case that we can deal with all of the challenges that they are having? Challenge in the area of energy, cost of doing business. Okay? Is it the issue of capacity? Is it challenge in the area of access to finance, access to market, and on and on? So whatever it is that we want to do or intervene in is clearly articulated, and how we are going to achieve that particular initiative is well spelled out in the project document. Thank you.
Very good. I hope we are paying attention. And what we are going to do is to simply identify our takeaways. Takeaways specifically that any intervention from UNIDO must first of all be initiated with what it calls a project document. So you must articulate a well-designed, packaged project document. And this document, like he pointed out, must clearly stipulate the outcome, clearly stipulate the professionals who will work on this project, clearly stipulate the intended beneficiaries, and also clearly stipulate the funding. Okay? Where will the funding come from? Clearly stipulated. And all of these must be in this project document in order for them to intervene. Am I right, Dr. Bamidele? Thank you very much. So now let me turn over to Professor Ken Ife. Prof, sir, what's your own takeaway in respect to this?
Well, I'm so happy that Bamidele is here. I worked with UNIDO a long, long time. And I know that he was very kind to tell us the 6 areas where they operate.
And I can tell you that all of those areas where they have already lined up some funding, but waiting for federal governments for percent or something like that, that will benefit. For example, the first thing in my recommendation was articulate our policy, our strategy, MSME strategy, and then build an MSME charter. I can do that. I don't need their money to do that because I've done it already. But we have to go out to consult on the document because what you have from me is zero draft. It has to be we'll go around and consult. But when you move forward to look at this institutional framework, regional framework that will be set up, we need their help. Of course, I'm already operating at ECOWAS region, so it's exactly what we do with member states that we are coming down to subnational to do a subnational level. But the resources have to be found. And one thing about UNIDO is that they have thousands of consultants. They won't give you grants, but they are very powerful in raising funds. Once we work with them to clearly articulate what is needed, they have the capacity to write to donor agencies, governments abroad, and money starts coming. That's what they do. And they do it very well because they have credibility. Even European Union, they have the 4 audit framework, so they can give them money to administer. Even in ECOWAS, we can't even administer money. Somebody else will have to administer it for us. Example, UNIDO. So these guys are powerful in terms of raising the money. So when we talk about helping us to set up establishment of a regional development bank, you have to prepare the document. Then prepare, creation of venture capital fund. You have to prepare the document, the framework document. So all of these things, I recommend the 6 of them, you have to create the framework document. And they have the consultants, so, and they can enable. We can even go and have the meetings in their office in Abuja, and then they, 1 or 2 will. Once we generate the document, then it comes to breaking it down, as you said, to logical framework and make it, all of that will follow. But when it comes to raising the money, that is where their strength is. They can talk to anybody because they have the credibility, they have the frame, everything. They will talk to anybody to raise the money that we need. And even for example, if we want to do regional green bond or regional project bond or regional, or let's say diaspora fund bond, these are areas we can talk to them to guide us. Because in the end of the day, we will end up with this to SEC and a DMO. So, but the intellectual, getting it, the architecture of it and working on that, they will be very, very helpful. So get these guys so they can help us move the whole thing, move the agenda forward. And if there's anybody that if they don't know, don't bother about knowing them, because the people they know and work with are the people who have the cash. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ken. You see, what we are getting now is a clear appreciation of the institutional credibility of UNIDO. And they are very, very critical in what we are planning to do to intervene in the Southeast with respect to the MSMEs. But I think that another thing which Professor Ken has offered, his services, and the extent to which he can help. Because, as he has said, and as you all should know, UNIDO has institutional credibility to source for the funds. But we must make sure that we present a good package. A good package that can be approved by them. Because they have their own team, and their team must assess this package. And I think that's the point that we need to make, that this is not a wishy-washy process. This is a process that must be carefully and professionally packaged so that it must meet their litmus test. And just because I'm here, let me also add that the consultancy unit of IMT can also help. If anybody needs assistance in packaging this, any project, the consultancy unit can help you professionally package it in such a way that with the collaboration of Professor Ken and the vetting of Dr. Bamidele, we can be sure that whatever we submit will meet their litmus test. So I think it's important that we know first what we need to do, but more importantly, the resources we have within the Southeast, particularly in Enugu today, on how to get started. Because it's one thing to say all of this, and then some people be wondering, how do I do this? Who can help me? How much will it cost me? These are the resources which we can bring to the table. Professor Ken is here. He is doing this for ECOWAS. IMT consultancy unit is there, and they can assist you. And so on that note, can I get a round of applause for that? At least I've contributed something. So let me, on that note, thank Professor Ken Ife, our dear Ken. Thank Dr. Bamidele from UNIDO for their contributions this afternoon and to this particular session. On that note, I will say thank you so very much for your time, for all the thank you, and may God be with us for the rest of the session. Thank you.
This has been a robust panel session comprising of very bright scholars and leaders in their spheres. Thank you, Professor Gozie Obodo. Thank you, Professor Ken Ife. Also, thank you, Mr. Ruben. You've done great this afternoon, and we're proud to have you. We still have one panel session. One panel session which is going to be moderated by Mr. Emeka Ogwoju, founder, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Summit and Honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at that. Part of the panels, we have Professor Charles Obologo, Vice Chancellor of Madoka University. We also have Mrs. Nkiru Chime, Managing Director, CEO of the Infrastructure Bank. Professor Bath Naji and Dr. Kemi Ajoko, CEO, Investment Managers and Assets. We may have to have Dr. Emeka to just to do a presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the day is far spent, but as the organizers of this event have said, and most speakers have also alluded to, it is now time for action, not just talk. The session I'm supposed to moderate has some teams, but unfortunately, some of them are not here. But there's something important with regards to what we are doing today, which I will crave your indulgence that we should do. I will appreciate if everybody here stands up so that we can honor a gentleman who many of us might not know, but he is an apostle of moving consumption to production. This gentleman had a dream, and this dream was ensuring that the soft skills and all the things needed to actually manufacture in the Southeast is in place. Some of us might not know that in the 70s, the former administrator of East Central State, Ajay Ukpabi Asika of blessed memory, they imported millions of dollars worth of equipment. And these equipment were machine tools, I think from Czechoslovakia. Luckily, because the machine tools have a long shelf life, these machine tools till now are still in crates. When East Central State was divided, Anambra got, Imo got. So the ones that Imo got finally ended up at Umuahia Metallurgical Complex. So is this equipment that this gentleman really wanted the Southeast to put to good use, and came up with an initiative between University of Nigeria Nsukka and Abia State government. And this was to set up what we will call Aba Technical University and Industrial Complex. This will be the hub of producing a lot of equipment that will be used to industrialize the Southeast and South-South, especially also agricultural tools. At a point in time, this gentleman was the CEO of SEBIS. SEBIS is in Enugu here. So some of you might know about SEBIS, which is a scientific equipment development institute. So I've been in touch with him in that regards, and I know we met the late, the former governor of Abia State, Dr. Okezi Ikpeazu, and also I've sent the project to the current governor, Alex Oti. Please try and ensure that this project comes to life. It should be something that at least in your first term, it should be done. So what I'm also saying that is, it is something that should be an outcome of this summit, that we should also try and hold the governor of Abia State responsible, that the Aba Technical University and Industrial Development Complex sees the light of day, because it will help drive a lot of things we are talking about with regards to production. Because when we are talking about development of the Southeast, it's all about going from consumption to production. Okay? So if there are rapporteurs, I want them to take note of that. So we can now at least all of us stand up for a minute silence. The name of the gentleman is Dr. Isaac Nadi, and he passed on Saturday in the United Kingdom. May the soul of Dr. Isaac Nadi and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. By the name, Dr. Isaac Nadi was from Ovum in Abia State and was at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Since the people are not here, we'll just look at what it is and hopefully some of them might have been stuck at the airport because of the crash that happened today at Abuja Airport. So we don't know, maybe if possible, we might still get it done by tomorrow. But the issues they would have handled is agriculture and food security, unlocking the potential of the Southeast for increased investment, developing partnership for infrastructural revitalization, bridging the financing gap and sustainable management in the Southeast Nigeria, unlocking the energy market and adequate needs needed for manufacturing and development in the Southeast. Of course, we know that that should have been handled by Professor Bat Naji. And then protection of investment and government support for businesses in the Southeast. I think those are the four themes that these four speakers we are supposed to address. They've been experts on that. So I think on that note, we're hoping that if some of them arrive tomorrow, they will be able to do that. Because I was supposed to moderate this session, not to present a paper. But at least, if for nothing else, what would have achieved by this session is putting out there to make sure that we ensure that Abia State government, which has a key role to play, make sure that the Aba Technical University and the Industrial Development Complex sees the light of day. In that note, I think the organizers should make arrangement for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. You were supposed to moderate a session, but because of timing, we decided to have you present the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on this note that we come to the end of today's session. But we're going to start very early tomorrow. We had some hitches starting today, but tomorrow we're going to start very early. Please tell someone to tell someone that this is happening in Enugu. I get so worried when events like this happen and then the right kind of people are not usually found there. So please, whoever you can afford to talk to, post this on your WhatsApp status, snap the brochure, put it on your status, talk to someone, make sure you're not coming alone tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be more loaded than today is. So please talk to someone, bring someone as you're coming. And remember, we're starting 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're starting 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, and God bless you.
Francisca Manelu Obi Asam Petemanyama Obele Mwabiano Ezi Mwajubu Mifenu Onyo Madutano Onyo Tamara Jibili DCC Charles Adimora Wagner Esipodi Cecilia Adimora CC eletrik ọkụ oyibo nekezie na obere mmanụ si Ọnịcha ugwu